Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are Ohio.
The Indians' offense is on a roll, just in time to face the first-place New York Yankees. The Bronx Bombers barely eked out a run against the Blue Jays, getting swept and watching their lead shrink to just a game and a half in the AL East. It gets no easier. Tonight they'll face a red-hot Carlos Carrasco. The Indians' right-hander turned his season and career around last year in the Bronx. He'll try to duplicate that success next on Sports Time Ohio. Maybe the best day of the summer so far. Absolutely gorgeous weather in downtown Cleveland as the Indians welcome in the New York Yankees for a 3-game series here at Progressive Field. Hi again, everyone. Matt Underwood alongside Rick Manning. So the question, Rick, are these truly two teams headed in opposite directions, or is what happened over the weekend simply an anomaly? The Indians scored more runs in a 3-game series than any team in baseball this year, and the Yankees, they barely scored at all.
Well, I'll tell you what, it was one of the best weekends of the year for the Cleveland Indians. They hit the ball all over the ballpark with names that were unheard of. Doubles, home runs. They finally hit with runners in scoring position. They hit with 2 outs. They did something they've been looking to do all year long, and it was a lot of fun. It made a lot of excitement here at the ballpark. 34 runs, 47 hits, 17 for 37 with runners in scoring position. On the other hand, the Yankees, forget about it. They saw a knuckleballer. They saw David Price. Toronto was playing very well. They only scored 1 run. But they're going to get an opportunity to go play them after they leave this series here. They go up to Toronto and play the Blue Jays again, so they'll have a chance for redemption.
I think in New York they'd say, forget about it. All right, so for the Indians, Carlos Carrasco gets the call tonight. The last time he pitched, the Indians did something they haven't done in more than 70 years. 12 innings, no runs, only 2 hits allowed, and he was the star of the show.
Well, Carrasco was the star of the show the last 2 starts because against Oakland he only gave up 2 hits and 1 run allowed. Those 2 hits coming in the first inning and then shut him down. Goes out to the Angels, pitches 4 no-hit innings, and in the 5th inning gives up 1 single and shuts them down the rest of the way. He has been brilliant in his last 2 starts, just 3 hits, 1 run. He's going to be matched up against a rookie, Luis Severino. Made 1 start against Boston, gave up a 2-run homer to Big Papi, and that was it.
Yeah, he's only 21 years old, but obviously they feel very strongly about this young man's potential. Speaking of which, when we come back, Andre Knott will join us with more on Indian starter Carlos Carrasco. Cleveland Indians baseball is brought to you by WB Mason, the official office supplier of the Cleveland Indians. By McDonald's, I'm loving it. By your local Toyota dealers. Visit buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places. And by the injury lawyers at Elk & Elk, proud sponsors of the Cleveland Indians. Call 1-800-ELK, Ohio. Getting ready for the Indians and the Yankees, their first meeting of the year here at Progressive Field on a warm evening. Carlos Carrasco will take the ball for the Tribe and head to the center of the diamond. Before he does that, let's go down to Andre Nutt.
Thank you, Mac. You look at Carlos Carrasco's career. He really took off a year ago, almost to the day, in Yankee Stadium against the Yankees. He pitched 5 innings and only had 4 strikeouts, didn't allow any runs. But he really says a lot of this goes back to his relationship with Corey Kluber. Following Corey Kluber over the last year, he has a record of 7-4 with a 1.82 ERA. He says he follows him in everything he possibly does, whether it's working out in the morning or whether it's throwing on the side in between starts. He thinks going behind the former Cy Young Award winner has helped turn him into a guy that possibly could win one himself in years coming up very soon.
Well, I said it was a beautiful night, but apparently there's been a cloudburst here in downtown
it's just one
Cleveland.
black cloud down here.
Well, it's following you everywhere you go, Andre. Unbelievable. Carrasco, you're right. He had that opportunity to make a start in the Bronx last year, and he was terrific. That was really, it got him rolling. It gave him some confidence, and he just built from that on that for every start after, and he was terrific in the second half. He's been pitching very, very well, and there's no reason for him to stop. Look at that, the first Indians pitcher with consecutive starts of 9+ innings and 2 hits or less since 1970, and that was Sudden Sam McDowell, the big left-hander.
You just don't see it in this day and age. You don't see guys going 9
no,
innings.
That's
period.
what I'm saying. We're seeing it a lot here with this staff, so it's been a lot of fun, but they understand you have to throw strikes. You got 3 pitches or less, and you can get deep into ball games.
And the key for Carlos Carrasco is bringing that here to Progressive Field, because like so many of the Indians players and pitchers this year, the numbers at home have not matched up to what they've been able to do on the road.
Right. And, one thing with Carrasco, and we'll talk about it later after we set the lineups, I want to talk about his first inning.
All right, let's take a look at the starting lineups. First, for Joe Girardi's New York Yankees, Jacoby Ellsbury in the leadoff spot. Brett Gardner will bat second. Alex Rodriguez hitting third. He'll be the DH. Mark Teixeira, Brian McCann, Carlos Beltran in the middle. Didi Gregorius, Stephen Drew, and Brendan Ryan rounded out.
And tonight's Northern Ohio Honda starting pitcher, Carlos Carrasco. Carrasco, 11-8 on the year, 376 earned run average. In his career, he's 3-2 against the Yankees, but last year, 2-0. 3 games, the 1 start, which got him going. And it's going to be good to see him go against him again this year, because he's throwing very well, and hopefully he will be able to continue. Let's check out the defense behind him, brought to you by Jeep. And it looks like this. Brantley is in left, Almonte in center, Chisenhall over in right, Urshela at third, Lindor at short, Ramirez at second, Johnson at first, Gomes doing the catching.
Bob Davidson has the plate tonight. David Rackley is at first base. The crew chief, John Hirschbeck, is at second. Marvin Hudson down at third. Our window systems, game time temperature. It'll be warm, 75 degrees. And a light breeze. Initially it was blowing in from left, and it looks like all of a sudden it has actually shifted and now appears to be blowing out toward right field. So stay tuned.
Yeah. We'll stay tuned. And the one thing I wanted to tell you about Carrasco, as far as his problems have been in the first inning, his ERA is 8.57 overall. But at home, in his 10 innings pitched here, he's given up 15 earned runs, and that equates out to a 13 ERA. So let's hope he can get 1, 2, 3 and get him going.
Well, we're just about ready to go. The Yankees lead the Toronto Blue Jays by a 1.5 games in the East. New York has dropped 3 in a row. Blue Jays have won 8 straight. The Indians are a game behind Chicago for 4th place in the AL Central. They won their last 2, and they'll take aim against the Bronx Bombers here tonight.
Just a picture-perfect night down here, isn't it? It's
Sure
like
is.
a nice autumn evening.
Jacoby Ellsbury, 267 average on the year. Takes a strike.
Boy, that's the one thing that he was so good in his last start, the movement on his pitches, that two-seamer. He was dotting the outside corner. He had great movement. Tough to center on.
Chop towards short, right behind the bag. Lindor throws him out. Keys to the game brought to you by Wayside Furniture. For Carlos Carrasco, keep that ball down in the zone. And for the Indians hitters, try to lay off that Severino slider. Talk more about that when he gets out there on the hill. I'm going to bring up Brett Gardner.
They're almost calling like a timeout over in the Yankees dugout for whatever reason. Gardner's getting ready to go in. I don't know what is going on.
Gardner's going to try a bunt. Gomes throws him out.
Nice. Gomes exploded out of there. Right idea when you've been struggling to score. Those table setters, Ellsbury and Gardner, their job is to get on base. As a starting pitcher, if you can control those two, I like your chances against the big part of the lineup because they're swingers. They try to hit the ball out of the ballpark. So Gomes, a nice job of jumping on that ball and throwing him out.
So 2 quick outs for the Yankees designated hitter Alex Rodriguez. And a fastball in there for strike 1. Rodriguez was 0 for 4 Sunday, and the Yankees lost to the Blue Jays. Overall 9 for his last 34. And that fastball just missing.
Good pitch right there. Where was that? Inside? Let's look at it on our Nissan pitch tracker. Looked like it had to play. Well, you see, that's the movement of that ball. It's moving late.
Mm-hmm.
And, that's a tough pitch to hit. Looked good, but it was moving a lot.
Hits that on the ground to third. Giovanni Urshela throws him out on just 7 pitches. Carlos Carrasco cruises through the first. The Indians are coming to bat. We got Indians, Yankees split allegiances there on both kids.
Yeah, that's
nice.
A new hat. And he's got the shades to go with it.
All right, so here's the look at the Indians starting lineup for Terry Francona, brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Jose Ramirez leading it off. Francisco Lindor bats second. Michael Brantley off a big series against the Twins, hitting third. Then it's Santana, Gomes, and Almonte. Chris Johnson, Lonnie Chisenhall, and Giovanni Urshela rounded out.
Luis Severino is the starting pitcher. Only his second start in the major leagues, and he is our Northern Ohio Honda starting pitcher for the Yankees. Big guy. He went 5 innings in his first start, 2 hits, 2 runs. It was a 2-run home run. He struck out 7, did not walk a batter. Good fastball, good slider, and also a good changeup.
Jose Ramirez takes a called strike. There's that slider down in the dirt.
Right now they're looking for a starting pitcher to go out and stop the bleeding, because they swept by Toronto. It's a lot to ask for a young rookie, but I'm sure he's up for the task.
That fastball, there's the changeup.
Right.
And that changeup just kind of floated outside. But that's a pitch that he can really dominate hitters with if he gets it in the strike zone and gets it working.
Yeah, it's a field pitch.
Popped out of play.
That changeup, it was at 88 miles per hour. So we'll see how McCann works this young pitcher through the Indians lineup. Obviously the first time they faced him.
High pop to center. Jacoby Ellsbury settles under it. 1 away.
Let's set the Yankees defense. They are 13th in the league. They've made 72 errors. That is brought to you by Jeep. It's Gardner in left, Ellsbury in center, Beltran over in right. Ryan gets the start at third. Gregorius is at short. Drew at second. Teixeira is at first. McCann doing the catching.
Francisco Lindor. He takes a 95-mile-an-hour fastball for a strike. Lindor went 5 for 10 in the series against Minnesota. He's hit in 5 straight games. 8 for his last 18. And there's a base hit in the left field.
What a great swing there by Lindor. I'll tell you, this kid seems to be getting better and better every week he's up here. He makes adjustments. And look at that fastball away, just beat it on the ground the other way. Beautiful. Finds the hole. You can see where Ryan is at third base. That's pretty much at shortstop. They were playing him up the middle. So the Indians get their first hit.
And now Michael Brantley. Yankees do actually shift a little bit for Brantley. They send the shortstop Gregorius up the middle. We don't see many teams shift at all for Brantley. This would be considered drastic.
Well, the funny thing is, though, they may be trying to pitch him in and make him try to pull a ball instead of go the other way or give him anything away. Michael, a good low ball hitter. But it's the very first time, August 11th, that we played the Yankees.
Yeah.
How rare is that? There's one team we haven't played, and that's the Boston Red Sox, and we'll catch them on the next road trip.
The 0-1. But the Red Sox won't come to Cleveland until the final series of the season.
Isn't that something?
Brantley didn't like that call, and it's 0-2, and I think he let Bob Davidson know about it.
Well, why not?
Albeit subtly.
Did that hit him?
Got him on the foot.
It sure did. He wanted to go back inside after getting the strike away, and it caught Brantley.
So 2 on with 1 out for Cleveland here in the first inning as Brantley will wait till the feeling comes back in his foot before he heads down to first.
Well, it certainly was not intentional. He wanted to go back inside. And let's see, was it the fastball or slider down, and it caught him right on the foot. That slider got away, and he's hobbling. Couldn't get out of the way of that one. Wanted to get him on the back foot.
Yeah.
Yes, it did. The left foot. All right, the Indians in business now, first and second and 1 out.
Boy, they were some kind of team against Minnesota with runners in scoring position.
Runners in scoring position and hitting with 2 outs. It was fun to watch. Let's hope it continues. It's a confidence thing, too.
They jumped their season batting average with runners in scoring position 10 points in that series. That's hard to do this time of year.
Well, they jumped their batting average over 4 points in that series. They were down at 248 or 249 or 253 coming in. That's hard to do with as many at-bats as they've had.
And the 0-1 missed inside. Carlos Santana, 7 RBIs over his last 10 games. The 1-1 down low. Lindor at second base, Brantley down at first. 3 on the right side of the infield for New York. Oh, Santana broke his bat.
Yeah, I'll say that slider kept bearing in, man. That looked like a hard cutter at 89 miles an hour, but it was a slider. And he's going to have to get a new piece of lumber. That thing came in late. Watch it get onto his fists. Almost like a cutter. Because, you know, a cutter, it's the old-time slider. Sliders usually have a little more tilt nowadays because they don't call it a curveball. That one looked like it stayed on the same plane and it had late break to it.
So 2 on, 1 out, and a 2-ball, 2-strike count for Santana with Yan Gomes waiting on deck. Just missed.
It's close. It is close. McCann slides away. That ball had a little movement going off the plate. So a full count now.
And the payoff pitch is drilled into right field for a base hit. Lindor coming around third, going to wave him home. Beltran will throw towards third. Not in time. Brantley gets in safely, and the Indians take a 1-0 lead.
Well, that's a way to go. Take advantage of it. Make them throw you out like Brantley does going to third. Lindor was going to score anyway. And a great job of hitting by Santana. This is going to be our McDonald's. I'm loving it. Look at him bring the hands in on that slider. That's the pitch that busted his bat before, except it didn't get in as much. So he fights it off, bloops it in, and I like that. Beltran wasn't going home. He knew he couldn't get Lindor. He had a great jump. He was going all the way, but Brantley gets to third base. You keep him on the corners, and the Indians are going to play from in front.
And Carlos Santana has driven in a run now in 4 straight games. Yan Gomes to the plate.
The nice thing, you get that base hit early with a runner in scoring position.
You know, Terry Francona said something I thought was really interesting after Sunday's game. He said, you know, for whatever reason, we seem to be more of a team the last 3 days. He said, I know we scored a lot of runs, and obviously everybody's having fun, but he said it's a different energy.
What he's talking about, they're not playing for themselves. They were playing, they got caught up into the emotion of it because you have young kids that have nothing to lose and everything to gain. They're getting an opportunity to play, so they go out and play the game the way they know. Let's just play hard and see what happens and get aggressive. They were aggressive early. And I understand what he's saying.
Well, the new guys have.
And you know what? You go on
right in.
You play that way every day. Play every game like it's going to be your last, because sooner or later it will be. You just never know. You know what? You take the effort, the attitude, win, lose, like Friday night when they were down 6-0. They lost the game 10-9, but it was exciting. They fought back. They had the lead. Just play that way every day, and you'll be in really good shape at the end of the year.
Gomes went fishing and strikes out, 2 down. Let's go downstairs to Andre Knott with more on that slider from Luis Severino.
Yes, and talking to certain people, they said in that last start that he had, he was pumped up. First big league start, he was going against Boston. And they said that slider, which they think is his key pitch as he goes along, looked more like a cut fastball for the first 3 innings. Then, Rick, once he settled in after he gave up the home run to Big Papi, they said the slider looked devastating and no longer looked like a cutter. And they said that's something that the Indians were going to look for early in this game to see if that would be flat or if it would drop off the plate as they go along.
Well, right now it was look like a cutter to me, but unfortunately he settled in and got that slider back after the one pitch cost him a ball game. They didn't score for him, but young pitchers, sometimes it takes a while to settle in and relax.
Hasn't taken Abraham Almonte long to settle in Cleveland. 5 for 9 with 2 homers. Cuts and misses, and it's 1-1.
There's the slider.
This is the organization that Almonte was originally signed by, the New York Yankees. You always wonder if there might be some anxious feelings in the pit of your stomach.
Always. When you sign by a team, your first team, you always want to do damage. No question.
Missed inside with that fastball. And it's 2-1. First and third, 2 down, 2-1 pitch. Low. And now it's 3-1. We've already seen Almonte can handle the fastball. So you're on the 3-1 count. This guy's got a pretty good
you sit on it here.
Heater, so we'll see if we get the matchup we're looking for.
I would hope so.
There it was, up the middle. Gregorius throws, got him to end the inning. Indians get on the board first. 3rd straight game they've scored in the first inning. They lead it 1-0.
MLB.com at bat on your smartphone or tablet. Stay connected with live radio broadcast, stats, breaking news, and more. Download MLB.com at bat, the #1 app for live baseball.
Mark Teixeira will lead off the 2nd inning for New York. The switch hitter is having a fantastic season with 30 home runs and 77 RBIs.
Boy, is he ever. He's healthy this year. 22 homers from this side of the plate, 8 from the other side.
You know, before the Yankees went into that offensive tailspin against Toronto, they had homered in 13 consecutive games up until August the 7th. That's the longest streak in the American League this year. Teixeira, obviously, a big reason for that.
Well, you look at their lineup. They have some veteran hitters. You make mistakes, they can hurt you. I think the key is if you can keep Ellsbury, Gardner off base, then you can go ahead and make pitches to these guys. You don't have to give them, go to them. You can make your pitches and get them to swing. If they want to try and hit that fastball, sinking fastball out, go right ahead.
The 2-1. Missed downstairs with it. 3 balls and a strike.
One thing I like about Carrasco, he's been throwing the ground ball pitch. He has 26 in his last 2 starts. He had 14 against Oakland, 12 against the Angels, and he started out the first inning with 3 straight ground ball outs. Love it.
Swinging a high fly ball, deep right center. Chisenhall gives way to Almonte, who makes the grab just shy of the track for out number 1. Our stat of the game is brought to you by Buick. Bronx Bombers shut out in back-to-back games. The last time that happened, 1999.
Yeah.
And almost happened 3 in a row. They only scored one run in the first game of that series against Toronto.
Well, you faced a knuckleballer, then you faced David Price, then you faced Estrada, who's been pitching very well, so they were able to shut him down.
Brian McCann, Indians play him as a dead pull hitter. Jose Ramirez is way out there in right field. I'd like to see it. Well, he's got that shortstop arm, so it's not a matter of the arm strength. It's just how many times he had to make that particular throw. That's a strange angle.
Well, just one hop him. Like you're throwing from the outfield, just throw it into the one hop. McCann doesn't run well at all, so you don't have to worry about that.
Swung on and missed. Don't have to worry about it. He chased one up the ladder. 2 down.
Elevated heater. This is going to be our Circle K strikeout tonight. It's going to be the high fastball. He throws it by McCann. Letter high. Can't touch that. You may foul it off, but you're not going to hit it.
Rick, the Indians don't change the defense at all for Carlos Beltran. I mean, Ramirez never moved a muscle, so they figure the way McCann and Beltran are swinging it right now, they're going to play them both to play dead pull.
That's good where you don't have to bring them in and then, every other hitter. Back to back. You like it.
Good. There's a good fastball from Carlos Carrasco. Here it is. And Beltran couldn't catch up.
When he stays within himself and doesn't try to overthrow, the ball just jumps out of his hand. He has great movement with it.
Missed inside. The 3-1 pitch. Out of play down the left side. Indians out to an early 1-0 lead, thanks to an RBI single by Carlos Santana in the first. Carlos Carrasco, meanwhile, trying to make it 6 in a row, retired to start the game. Beltran will get another chance at a 3-2 pitch coming up. Crazy thing about baseball is how quickly it comes and goes. On August the 2nd, the Yankees beat the White Sox 12-3. Their next game against Boston, they won 13-3. And in their last 5 games, they haven't scored more than 2 runs.
Well, offense it doesn't last forever. It's great while it lasts, but, you know, good pitching can stop it.
Ripped down the right side foul.
It's contagious. You know, just everything seems to fall in place. Everything you hit, you know, falls in, finds a hole. I mean, we watched it over the weekend here. It's not going to stay forever. You got to have that good pitching to keep you in games.
The last time the Yankees went 5 straight games without scoring more than 2 runs was 1991.
Wow.
There's a payoff pitch.
He's, I'll tell you what, he's falling off some really good pitches by Carrasco. Fastballs away. He's falling on the left side. He's throwing change-ups. He's fouled them off. It's a good at-bat here and making him work.
Swung on and missed. He finally struck him out. Back-to-back Ks for Carrasco to end the 2nd inning. 6 up, 6 down. Indians lead it 1-0.
Wrap up this series on Thursday night. Come on out to the ballpark. It'll be Dollar Dog Night. Wrap up the homestand against the Yankees and get the hot dogs voted the best in baseball. Go to Indians.com for your tickets.
Bottom of the 2nd inning, Chris Johnson, the leadoff for Cleveland. Fastball off the plate, ball 1. Chris Johnson's first start as an Indian came Sunday. And what a day it was. A perfect day, if you will. 4 for 4 with 2 singles, 2 doubles, 2 runs scored.
Luis Severino is in 67, or actually 65 starts down in the minor leagues, held batters to a .212 batting average. So that tells you the kind of stuff he has. And he's allowed a total of 8 homers in the minors, facing 1,277 batters faced. So you figure the stuff is pretty good. Even though it is the minor leagues, you got to come up here and it has to get the big league hitters out.
Well, Nardi Contreras, who is the Yankees senior pitching instructor, said, We signed him for his slider, and then he developed the fastball and the changeup. His velocity went up 5 miles an hour not long after they drafted him.
Just watching him, he looks like he's got very good mechanics, doesn't overthrow, and the ball jumps out of his hand.
There's a slider smacked into center field by Chris Johnson, and the Indians get their leadoff man aboard.
Well, Johnson had 4 hits on Sunday, and he uses the whole field. That's the one thing you got to like about him. His first hit was a double. His second, a single, and then guess what? Another double, and then another single.
Broken.
And then he comes up and gets another hit here.
Isn't that amazing? The 2 guys that come over here.
So up comes Lonnie Chisenhall. And a ball in the dirt. Scooped nicely by McCann.
This is going down in a tough one to handle, and that ball comes back. A great pick. If he didn't get that, Bob Davidson would have wore it.
Not in a good way either.
No, not in a good way.
Lonnie lines one left center field. It's going to be cut off by Gardner. And Johnson has to put on the brakes quickly. Just did get back in time. And the Indians with back-to-back singles to open the second inning.
Well, you go the other way. Lonnie takes it. That's a nice swing there. Now watch Johnson. He's going to round second base. And Gardner's waiting for him. He said, I better put on the brakes. Tries to throw behind him, and a little closer than he wanted. Already 4 hits out of 7 batters because he hit Brantley with a pitch in the first inning. All singles.
Giovanni Urshela batting 9th. And he takes low, ball 1. McCann, the catcher, the veteran, goes out. Brief chat with the 21-year-old Luis Severino. Urshela batting .287 on the year here at home. Bob Davidson said he went around.
You almost want to get help there. I don't know if he did. It was hard to tell from back here. Check out the side look. I don't know if he. That's what I'm saying. Bob called it. He could ask for help. I didn't think he did from my angle. And looking at the side, I don't think he did.
So instead of it being 3-0, it's 2-1. But still a good spot for Urshela. Ground ball, backhanded by Gregorius, goes to second for 1 on to first. They turn the double play.
I'll tell you, that was
some kind of spectacular is what that was.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Boy, I can't believe he got that ball. I thought he was going to go to third base after he went down, but he comes up and fires a seed to second. And then Drew just turns it. Nice play. He got rid of that ball quickly, gives Drew an opportunity. And nice pickup on the back end by Teixeira. Boy, well done by the middle infield of the Yankees.
Teixeira's been doing that for a long time.
Well, he's always been one of the best over there at picking the ball at first base, and that certainly helps out your pitcher.
Always heard so much about Gregorius when he was coming up with the Cincinnati Reds. They said this kid's phenomenal defensively.
Yeah.
They weren't sure offensively how he was going to play, but they really were excited about his defense. Ultimately, though, they felt they had to make a trade. And he was part of that package that went to Arizona. Line drive, base hit, left field for Jose Ramirez, and the Indians lead it 2-0. Chris Johnson comes home from third, and Jose Ramirez with the 2-out RBI single. It's something they did over the weekend, the 2-out hit with runners in scoring position.
There you go. I don't know. It's a confidence thing, but they've just made a spectacular double play. That pitch was upstairs and elevated, and Ramirez took advantage of it. So a great job to drive him in. You increase that lead. You make it a 2-0 ball game. Well done.
And now Francisco Lindor to the plate.
See if Ramirez can get a look and see. He looks pretty quick to home plate. Doesn't lift the leg that high.
I got a note here, Rick. I don't know if this is accurate. They say he's 1.1.
Well, that's what Murph just told me in my ear. He's 1-1. So that's very accurate.
That's quick.
Yes, it is. It's nice to have our scout Murphy in the house tonight. Right on. Did you hear him say anything or
No,
what? I'll be darned.
Severino keeping a close eye on Ramirez. Jose does have 8 steals this year. He's only been caught twice.
Yeah, but when a guy's 1-1, you just sort of sit over there until the count becomes right.
Lindor, like he kind of changed his mind midstream there.
Well, maybe he was giving Ramirez a chance to run, and he didn't want to bunt the ball, giving him an opportunity to steal, which is good. Give your guy an opportunity if he's going to run. And you can take a strike. He had the count in his favor. 1 ball, no strikes.
Ramirez
There
takes
you go.
off. Oh, now stops, and he's dead.
No.
Oh, Teixeira couldn't find him.
Can't tag what you can't see.
He turned around and said, where'd he go?
You can't tag what you can't see. McCann throws behind him. They had him, and look at him smile. He quit. And you know what? You do that as a base stealer. When you don't get a good jump, you say, I'm holding up. Teixeira's going to look for him, and he thought he was in the rundown. He wasn't coming back to first, and he got him. He got him right there.
Downstairs, and now the count's 2-2.
Well, you're there now. You just wait till it goes to 3-2.
Bounce to first. Teixeira will take it himself. The Indians get a big 2-out RBI knock from Jose Ramirez. And after 2, it's Cleveland 2, New York nothing.
Little serious look on their face.
Yeah,
Love the cigar in the hand.
What are you looking at? Forget about it. Bottom third of the Yankee order. Didi Gregorius, Stephen Drew, Brendan Ryan. You see the numbers for Gregorius, handling himself quite nicely at the plate. Big swing and a miss, and it's 0-2. I don't care who you are, how good you are. It's quite a daunting task when you're the guy that basically replaces Derek Jeter.
You know, I was thinking about that when we were talking to him, and he turned that double play, talking about him.
That ball scalded left center, and that'll get down. Cut off on a track by Almonte, but not before Gregorius goes into second with a leadoff double.
Hit that ball well.
First Yankee to reach against Carlos Carrasco.
Yep, first hit out of the first 7. Let's see where it's at. Little two-seamer that stayed up a little bit. He put a nice short swing to it. Didn't try to pull it. Drove it into the gap. Gregorius' 14th double. So the Yankees come back, will lead the third inning off with a base hit.
That'll bring up Stephen Drew. Drew batting just .192 on the year. You know, Rick, there was a time, for a long period of time, when the Yankees came to town, you knew you were going to see Andy Pettitte, Jorge Posada, Robinson Cano, Mariano Rivera, Derek Jeter.
Yeah.
But one by one, retirement, trades, that core group all gone. And this Yankee team, it's kind of a mishmash of free agents and a few young players that the Yankees have cultivated. But I mean, it's just not the Yankee team that you became so used to seeing.
The big names that, yes, household names that were there. You know, you talk about, that's what makes the American League East so interesting this year, because there's 3 or 4 teams that have an opportunity to do something.
Shallow center, Almonte flying in. He's got it. And that's out number 1. Yeah, you look at, obviously, the Toronto Blue Jays are charging hard, but
Baltimore's not out of it. And Tampa's 500, and they're only 6 out of the division, but yeah, I'd say a good, solid 3 teams. And on the outside edge, Tampa. I don't know about Boston. I don't think they could come back. 12 games out this late in the year, almost middle of August. No. But, you know, the Yankees, their concern is going to be their starting pitching. Like everybody, they got a very solid bullpen. They score a boatload of runs. They're second in the league in runs scored. They can hit the home run ball.
Brendan Ryan takes another strike. It's 0-2.
Ryan, always known for his glove. As a shortstop, he's playing third base today. Always a good glove man, not really a hitter.
When Brendan Ryan was in Seattle, he batted .248, .194, and .192 last year.
I was going to say the .248 is good for him. You'll take that, .248 to .250.
Right now batting .271, but that's only 51 plate appearances. Here's the 1-2. Swung out and missed, threw it right by him. Good heat. Third strikeout for Carrasco. 2 down. Arcia in the driver's seat. Carlos Carrasco joined the rotation last year in the Bronx, almost 1 year to the day.
Pretty good numbers right there. 3 complete games, 16-11. ERA under 3.
Look at the strikeouts to walk.
Yeah, terrific. For whatever, and it was. I think this was his last opportunity, because Callaway and Cash ended up talking Tito into giving him one more opportunity for a starter. And I'll tell you what, it paid off. And something went off for Carrasco, and he hasn't turned around. And I don't know if the help of Corey Kluber, watching him pitch, he followed him a lot in the second half of the rotation last year and just fell into place. But his stuff, he harnessed it. He keeps it in the strike zone.
I think there were a combination of factors at work. What you mentioned, I think you cannot be underestimated at all. But I think also a big part of it was when he spent time in the bullpen and Kevin Cash just psychologically getting in his head telling him, you are good enough. Your stuff is good enough. Yeah. Just be you. Don't worry about anything else.
Day after day.
And finally, he got him to believe in himself.
And you know what? It was like Carrasco finally believed that, I'm going to go as long as I can, as hard as I can, and turn it over to that bullpen who will get the outs that I need if I can't go that way.
Right, whenever that might be.
And
Whether
I think it's a 5th inning, 6th inning, 7th inning.
That first start in New York, I think he went out there with a mentality. He's like, you know what? I got this batter.
Yeah, and I'm on a 75-pitch limit. Let me go get some outs.
Yep.
And what these guys that I really love, what they're starting to do this rotation is pitch to contact. They're getting they're getting outs on 3 pitches or less. You can go deeper into the game. You take pressure off your bullpen. And not a lot of clubs can do that.
Oh, what a pitch. Carrasco buried Ellsbury with a nasty slider. And the inning is over. Cookie has fan 4. Middle of the third. 2-0 Cleveland. Just a reminder, as you enjoy a cold one, to stay tuned later in the game for Miller Time, brought to you by Miller Lite. Michael Brantley going to lead off for the Tribe here in the third. Brantley was hit by a pitch. His only time up. Smashes this one down the right field line. Extra bags. Brantley on his way to second base. Beltran digs it out, and Michael has a leadoff double.
Well, he wasn't going to spot him anything on that first pitch. He was able to turn on it. Brantley leads the league in doubles. That's double number 34. It's going to be Yellowwood bringing the lumber. First swing down into the corner. And he was quick on the inside part of the plate there. The Indians second in the league in doubles. That's 203 as a team. Already 6 hits. See if you can get him over, get him in. This is really important when you're playing a team that can hit home runs. This is, you extend it. The difference in these teams, the Indians have to hit their way in. The Yankees, they're a come from behind team because they can hit the long ball. So execute. Santana drove in a run his first at bat. He brought his hands in and hit a pretty good slider. Remember, in his first start against Boston, only gave up 2 hits in the ball game.
Yeah.
We're in the third inning. The Indians have 6.
Santana
nice
takes a strike.
That's a good 2-0 changeup. That's a tough call when you're a catcher. You want the kid to throw strikes, and you're going 2-0 count, but he threw it right down the middle. But he took something off of it.
Strike over the outside edge. Everyone who has managed or coached Severino, and even as young as he is, he's had a few different stops throughout the minor leagues. They have raved about his quote-unquote makeup. They said he's just a terrific kid. And the thing we've noticed is his composure hasn't changed one iota from the first pitch, even though he's given up some hits and got knocked around a little bit. He maintains the same demeanor. The 2-2 to Santana. Swung on and missed.
Well, he worked over Santana after he fell behind 2-0. He went changeup, slider, and got him again on another off-speed pitch away. Gets his second strikeout.
Take a look at our Levin Furniture player profile on Severino. He was signed back in 2012. Dominant in his 67 minor league games. Yankees' top prospect. But I mean, you look at the Yankees media guide, he wasn't even listed among the main players coming into this year. Which I guess isn't all that surprising. You got a guy who's 21 years old. It's not like you're expecting him to maybe make that quantum leap, but boy, did he. He went to spring as a non-roster invite for the Yankees.
Isn't it amazing how many non-roster guys make the roster?
Ground ball routine for the shortstop Gregorius. Gomes is out, number 2.
Well, KeyBank Kids tickets start at just $15 for kids 12 and under with the purchase of an adult ticket. Kids tickets located in the new family deck here at Progressive Field. Just log on to Indians.com/kids tickets today.
We have this conversation every spring. We'll be at spring training and talking about the ball club, who's going to make it, who's not going to make it. And we always have to sort of remind ourselves that we put so much emphasis on who's going to be that 25th guy and who's going to win that spot. It's not even the 40-man roster anymore. It's beyond that because, as you say, there are non-roster guys that you go to spring training and think, well, that guy probably doesn't have a chance to make the club. And at some point.
Things have a way of settling in. You're never with the same team once you break camp and through the first month of April.
Things can change rapidly.
They usually do.
Abraham Almonte ground out his first time up. Got himself into that good 3-1 count. Got his fastball. But on a ground ball up the middle, it was cut off by the shortstop Gregorius, who threw him out at first.
So one thing we noticed over the weekend, it looked like Almonte uses the middle part of the field. Between left center, right center, the big part of it. And his first out today, right up the middle. But they had him played perfectly.
Gets away, ball 4, but staying at second is Brantley. Ball didn't get away that far from McCann. 2 down, and it will bring up Chris Johnson as McCann goes out for an encouraging word. It's the first walk issued by Severino. He did hit a batter. That was in the first when he struck Brantley on a breaking ball down on the foot. But lots of traffic here in the first 3 frames for the rookie right-hander. And a strike called over the outside edge. Shoots it fouled on the right side. Boy, if that gets down, look out. And Johnson has, as you pointed out earlier, we've seen him take the ball the other way.
Yeah, the way his hands are, if you throw him the breaking ball, he'll have a tendency, he could pull it. But he shoots everything to right center field, staying inside the baseball with that swing.
Two on, 2 out, 0-2 pitch. Shatters the bat. Wow. And the inning is over. Indians strand a pair through 3. They lead it 2-0. Look at Blue Jackets head coach Todd Richards, plus Jim Tressel and Terry Francona, as the Positive Coaching Alliance presents breakfast with the coaches. Hear from the panel as they discuss challenges of coaching, their influences and experience that have helped them become successful. Call 440-670-3580 for tickets and more information. Brett Gardner, Alex Rodriguez, and Mark Teixeira for New York here in the fourth. Gardner takes a strike outside corner. Gardner tried to bunt his way aboard first time up, and he knows better than anyone if he can get on base. He's got a great chance of scoring. With the lineup they have and the way they've been able to put runs on the board, save this 5-game funk that they've been in.
Yeah, he's fourth in the league in runs scored with 73. That's why I say, but keep him and Ellsbury off base and you're in good shape. Look
Urshela
at this.
with a spectacular play! Incredible!
Wow.
He ended up on the track in front of the Indians' dugout, but that was an amazing play by Urshela.
Look at Carrasco. He's giving him a thank you. He had a jump, throw, and spin, and he did a somersault after he got rid of it. How accurate was this throw? If he doesn't get it, it's a double. To even get him at first base is almost impossible. What a tremendous play right there, folks. There's none better. I'll tell you what. That is very athletic play. Look at Carrasco. You talk about a pitcher being your best friend now. That's the leadoff hitter, too.
There's a guy that played for the Yankees for a long time that used to make that kind of play at shortstop.
Yeah, jumping up and throwing it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you don't see many third basemen doing that. Not jumping up in the air. They may plant and throw. Wow, that was fun.
So I want to ask you, if you're a hitter, you're not watching the play develop, you're busting it down the line. When you see that ball out of the corner of your eye go into the first baseman's mitt, what goes through your mind there?
You don't know. You just got to say, you think it's by him. I would think originally. You may take a peek down there as you're running, and then when you see he catches the ball, you figure, I'm going to beat it out.
You got to think
because
how.
Gardner's got speed. I mean, you just don't do that to a left-handed hitter. You think about it. A right-handed hitter that doesn't get out of the box well, maybe. Yes.
Maybe a catcher, you do that
but
too.
I'm telling you, not a guy like Gardner that can run down the line. That was a tremendous play. Boy, those two on the left side have done a great job since being up in the big leagues. Settling this team down defensively.
Oh, strike three called. Carrasco crossed him up. His fifth strikeout of the night.
And you see that play being made right there, boy, that just gives Carrasco that much more confidence. And you're going to see him come back with a good breaking ball to A-Rod, and he gets him looking. Now, let's look at that first out of the inning. Look at Urshela. Skies. Gets a throw off in the air, accurate, to get him by a step. Here we go.
Here's Ramirez from the outfield, throws him out, and the Yankees go 1-2-3. A spectacular inning for Carrasco. It remains 2-0 Cleveland. Take a look at our injury report tonight. How do you go from that to the injury report?
I don't know.
Can't do that. Well, it's brought to you by the injury lawyers at Elk & Elk. And for New York, Michael Pineda has a right forearm injury. That poor guy just has not been able to stay healthy.
I know it. They have to get him healthy and back.
Bottom of the fourth, Lonnie Chisenhall will lead it off for Cleveland. Single to his first time up. And takes a strike. You know, when the offense gets going, it's no surprise that the guys leading off the inning are setting the table. And so far on the homestand, 12 for 24 when leading off an inning.
Yeah. But they're following it up, and they're not going.
Yeah.
You know, I've seen a lot of times we've let off innings, but they haven't been able to follow through or get the 2-out base hits or hit with runners in scoring position. How many times we start out first and second, and they didn't go anywhere? Getting off is the first start, getting on that first hitter, but they're able to capitalize.
They've had 8 at-bats coming into tonight in the homestand with consecutive hits. So you're putting back-to-back.
Right.
Now the pressure's on the defense. They've scored 15 runs via those back-to-back hits. And they've also had a dozen walks. Cashed in 8 more that way.
How many bats have we seen shatter so far today and going a long way? This guy's set breaking them, isn't he?
Well, that's 2 in a row. Johnson lost 1 to end the third. Now Lonnie loses 1 to start the fourth.
Not surprising. We're getting a look at that again.
Our AT&T U-verse rewind.
You will not see a better play than that.
I was just going to say, a better play you won't see.
No, you will not see a better play than that right there. That's about as athletic as you will see any third baseman make in the game, and I don't care who it is.
The shortstop Gregorius calls for it. 2 down. That does something to you as a teammate. When you see a guy that makes you go wow.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, that just goes to show me that they are ready on every pitch.
It's hard to impress a major leaguer, isn't it? You guys see great plays all the time.
Yeah.
When your own teammates go, wow, I can't believe that.
Yes, it is. You know what? That makes them want to do it then. That's what it does. Oh, you can do that? I can do that better. So, I mean, watch Carrasco. He's the pitcher. That's the leadoff man of the inning. He wants to go over there and hug him, but he needs 2 more outs first. And Urshela is just, he feels like a king right now because he just made the best play of the year right here as a third baseman.
But to your point, how it makes you want to raise your game up.
Yes, it does. As
Professional athletes are the ultimate competitors. So it only makes sense that if you see that, it's like, okay, now I want to do it.
Lindor wants to do it because those two are buddies, and he sees him make it. He's thrilled to death for him, but he wants to outdo him. If you know what I mean.
Yep.
Which is, it's a great competition. That's the fun part of it. Anything you can do, I can do better.
Performing nightly, Rick Manning. 2-drink minimum.
Make sure you tip your waitresses, please.
Line to left. This might be over Gardner's head. He's back. No, he gets there in time to make the play. 1-2-3 go the Indians for the first time tonight. 2-0 after 4. Cleveland Clinic. Call for an appointment today. And by the game-changing all-new Ford F-150. The future is tough. 2-0. The Indians lead it as we go now to the 5th inning. For New York, Brian McCann, Carlos Beltran, and Didi Gregorius. Pitch down low, ball 1. Two balls, no strikes. Carrasco behind McCann, 3-0 with Carlos Beltran coming up next. Ground ball right at Lindor. And with the shift on, he throws out McCann, 1 away. Our great clip of the game from Sunday, Corey Kluber, one of the best pitch games of the year. And that's saying something because we've seen a lot of those.
No question. Corey Kluber, 77% strikes. He had 18 counts of 0-2, 1-2. Got 20 outs on 3 pitches or less. He was unbelievable, and he was a strike-throwing machine. He had 4 streaks, Matty, in that game, 10 or more strikes in a row, and then 9. Unbelievable.
You know, and Terry said after the ball game that with the no-hitter as he was going along there, when Mauer came to the plate, he said he turned to Millsy and said, this is going to be a tough at-bat right here. Because Mauer, like we've seen for how many years, right, he'll give in. He'll take the hit. He'll flip it the other way, and that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, but, you know, if you're going to get it, Kluber's that way, here, I'm going to throw you a strike. You hit it at somebody or, you know.
Corey said he was aware of it, but he said I wasn't going to pitch him any differently because I had a no-hitter going.
Right. Yeah, it was a very good game.
Somebody asked me, they said, why wouldn't he have just walked Mauer? I said, you don't understand who Corey Kluber is. That goes against everything that he is.
And you just go at hitters. You're not out there to pitch. You're there to win the game, and if a no-hitter happens to take place, you don't start walking guys. That's where you get in trouble. He had walked one prior to that, you know, giving up the hit. I think it was Hicks.
That's a bullet. And Ramirez going to take a few strides in and throws him out, 2 down.
Seven ground ball outs, and he hits it right to where they're playing. Look at the defensive shift.
That used to be a hit in Major League Baseball.
Sure it did. It's, you know what? That's the amazing thing nowadays. The defenses have. A lot of times you hit the ball hard, you're hitting it right into the strength of the defense, the way they pitch you, the way they play you.
And Didi Gregorius, who has the Yankees' only hit, he's the only man to reach in the 3rd when he doubled to left center.
And he had an 0-2 pitch on that base hit, too. Going the other way. It was a little higher than that little 2-seamer there. But Carrasco locked right back into where he has been the last 2 starts. Good movement on his pitches. With a strike here, it'll be 40 strikes to 20 balls. Just missed, so it's now 39-21. 12 of 16 first pitch strikes.
right at Jose Ramirez. And the Yankees go 1-2-3. Carrasco right back on point. He has retired 9 in a row. Toyota dealers, first inning. Carlos Santana with a line drive base hit in the right field, plating Francisco Lindor. Then with 2 outs in the second, Jose Ramirez dumped one into left field that scored Chris Johnson. And so far, Carlos Carrasco has made it stand up. We're in the bottom of the 5th. And it's low ball 1 to Lindor. Right at the shortstop, Gregorius. Throws out his counterpart, 1 away. Let's go down to Andre with the latest on Jason Kipnis.
Yes, Jason Kipnis today took ground balls for the first time since going on the DL. Took about 150 balls at second base. He did not throw any, guys. Now, he also took a little batting practice inside the batting cage. He'll take batting practice tomorrow outside with the guys and begin throwing hopefully on Thursday. Don't look now, but he hopes next Tuesday in Boston is when we'll see him back on the field. And Terry Francona said, look, even if he's not ready to play second base, we can probably bring him back in the Boston series, let him DH the first couple of games, and then get him back out there in second base.
Well, you know the way they're playing right now, especially the way they're swinging it, he wants to get back on the field.
That's great news.
2 down. And Carlos Santana coming up. We had a shot of him in the dugout. I want to say it was Sunday. It's like he didn't know what to do with himself. I mean, he was giddy from all the excitement and what they were doing offensively. But when you're used to being part of it in the middle of it and you're not.
No, when you're a player, you want to play. You want to get out there, whether you're hurt or not. Tough to watch.
Santana takes low, ball 1. Pulled fair just beyond the bag at first. Teixeira takes it himself, and the Indians again go 1-2-3 on just 7 pitches here in the 5th. Strongest fan photo. Use the hashtag STODataStrongFan, and you just might see yourself in an upcoming telecast. Brought to you by T-Mobile. Stephen Drew to lead it off for New York. Fly to center, his only time up, and takes a strike. The Yankees have now gone 31 consecutive innings without scoring. Down low.
Carrasco's done a great job of keeping the ball on the ground. 8 ground ball outs, 5 strikeouts, hasn't walked anybody, no free passes. He's allowed 1 hit. Again, 1 hit in his last start for 9 innings, 2 hits the start before that in 9 innings.
Out of plate on the left side.
This is something you have to hope that the Indians pitchers can do the remainder of the way, is turn it around and pitch better right here in their home ballpark. They've all done a much better job on the road than they have at home, but they're starting to turn it around.
When we had Chris Antonetti the other day, when I asked him about that, the obvious thing was, well, if we knew what the problem was, we would have figured it out and fixed it by now.
Right.
It's one of those things I don't think you can. It's just one of those oddities.
Well, this is a place where they've always played well. That's the surprising thing for us.
Yeah.
I don't care, good, bad, or indifferent. When you come home, you protect your advantage, your home field advantage here. This year, it's just been different.
Carrasco's payoff pitch. And again, Drew gets a piece of it. Rick, you go back to the Joe Torre era New York Yankees. This is what they did so effectively to so many teams over the course of a year. They would foul off pitches, keep at bats alive, run the pitch count up, and they would get into back then, the soft underbelly of a bullpen and take full advantage. That ball's hit a ton, and it's going to leave the yard. Stephen Drew with his 14th home run of the year.
That's something that they can do. So they cut the lead in half. It goes to a 2-1 ball game. Drew with his 14th. Let's check it out. It looked like a fastball to me, and there it was. Fastball right down Broadway. Middle of the plate, center cut, ends up in the seats. So the Yankees now are on the board. That gives them a little life in there.
Checked his swing and a foul. So that snaps Carrasco's 22-inning scoreless streak, and the Yankees' 31-inning scoreless streak with 1 swing of the bat.
That's what'll happen. You leave 1 center cut.
To center. Almonte got a great jump on it, and he slides, took a huge chunk of turf, and hangs on for out number 1.
I thought that was his hat out there, to be honest with you.
I thought it was a gopher.
Oh, he got a tremendous jump on this ball. As soon as it was hit, that's a tough one to make as a center fielder. It was a line drive. Ryan comes in, and he makes the sliding catch, and it was that back foot divot right there, but he puts it away. Out number 1. Good play.
I thought the gopher from Caddyshack was making an appearance.
That is a good-sized divot. Please replace your divots.
He must be a golfer. He knows exactly what he's doing.
Yes, he does.
Outfielders should be required to carry a divot tool with them.
Well, these fields are in such great shape. You know, when you make a play like that, sometimes your knee goes into the ground and it'll take it up. That one was his spike.
Wow. That ball was right down the middle of the plate. Maybe it was a little bit high. Big bouncer for Ramirez. 2 away. Time for a Mazda game break. Here's Al Pawlowski.
Hey, Matt, Rick, maybe it's time to break up the Blue Jays. They're ahead again over Oakland tonight. This time it was a 1-1 game, and Justin Smoke unbreaks the tie here in the bottom of the second inning with this RBI double. Jose Bautista just hit a solo homer. It is 4-1 now, Blue Jays over the A's. 5th inning, guys.
All right, thanks, Al. Toronto trying to run their win streak to 9 in a row.
Yeah, you talk about rolls. They are on one.
Brett Gardner knows that he is going to try everything in his power to not hit the ball to third base after what happened his last time up. Those eyes north of the border are also peeking down south to see what's going on in this game.
Well, the way they're playing, all they want to do is take care of their own business. They'll get to settle that issue this weekend. They won't have to watch any scores. Well, I'll tell you what, when you're Brett Gardner, your first at bat, you tried to lay down a bunt. The catcher makes a good play. Your next time up, you hit one down the third baseline. You think you might have a double if it gets by him. He gets thrown out at first by a tremendous play.
Yeah, now it's 2-2. Carrasco deals. A little bit low. Full count. This one dipped just low at the end. Tough one to take, though, with 2 strikes. But Gardner's always had a good eye, good discipline at the plate. Strike 3 called. Rung him up on a pitch over the outside corner. Half dozen Ks for Carrasco. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th. New York's on the board. Indians still lead it 2-1. Yan Gomes, Abraham Almonte, and Chris Johnson. Gomes 0 for 2 has struck out, grounded out. Back out of play.
You know, you go out, the Indians had their opportunities off this young man earlier. But Severino has settled in. They had that leadoff double in the third they couldn't do anything with, and he set down 7 in a row now. This young man's pitched very well.
2 balls and a strike. Gomes smokes one to center field. Ellsbury back, and he'll make the catch in deep center for out number 1. Tomorrow night it's game 2 against the Yankees. Danny Salazar will go for the Tribe. CC Sabathia, the former Indian, will tote the ball to the mound for New York. Our coverage begins at 6:30 with Indians Live, and the first pitch is at 7 o'clock right here on Sports Time Ohio. There's CC and Danny Salazar, who will square off tomorrow night. Abraham Almonte has grounded out, and he has walked tonight.
For Salazar, that'll be his first start against the Yankees tomorrow.
Foul tip, and it's 2-1. Almonte was going to try to lay one down. Instead, the count is 2-2. Now full count.
Another bat.
Broke his bat. And a bouncer to second for out number 2.
Well, grab some friends and catch a game at the new Corner Bar. It is open to all fans at Progressive Field, and it's the $13 district tickets. They're presented by Sports Time Ohio. They are going quickly, so get yours today. Tickets available only at Indians.com.
Chris Johnson steps in, singled and scored in the second inning. Inning-ending fielder's choice that cost him a bat in the third. Rick got a note here that says Julian Celio is watching his first Indians game tonight from OSU Hospital in Columbus, Ohio. He was born at 3:44 a.m. this morning.
Is he awake?
Chris Johnson is, and so is his new bat. 2-out single to right field. Keeps the inning alive here in the 6th.
Well, he has 2 hits again today.
Yeah.
Congratulations. And
How about
Julian,
that?
hope to see you again, buddy. Get an Indians win. Well, at my count, he's broken 4 bats so far today.
Interesting spot for Larry Rothschild to go out for a mound visit with 2 outs and a runner at first here in the 6th. He got the number 8 hitter coming up. It is a left-handed bat in Lonnie Chisenhall.
Maybe just to slow it down and let that bullpen get some work in.
Yeah, he's at 90 pitches on the night.
Yeah, they'll just slow everything down a little bit, and he's going to try and settle him in. Only 7 hits now for the Indians, but that stops a streak of 8 in a row, 9 in a row. Chisenhall 1 for 2 on the night.
Lonnie Chisenhall will step in now to face Severino. Good fastball, threw it by him, 0-1. Breaking ball, and he drops it over the outside corner, 0-2.
Now, this guy, he's been fun to watch tonight because there's times when he falls behind hitters, he'll throw his changeup. And there's, that slider he'll throw at any time. And he's got a 95-mile-an-hour fastball.
They always say to be an effective starter in the big leagues, you need 3 quality pitches. Well, he's got them.
Yes, he does. Well, he looks very good.
The 0-2 to Lonnie. Out of play. Lonnie's base hit back in the 2nd inning gives him a hit in 3 straight games.
Coming back with an 0-2 changeup.
Now the 1-2. Out of play. There's a fastball hit right at the second baseman, Drew, and the inning is over. We've played 6, Cleveland 2, New York 1. ClevelandCleveland.com to learn more. By Levin Mattress, located in all Levin furniture and freestanding locations. And by AT&T Uverse, has more channels on the go than cable. Two-one Indians on top. 7th inning. And for New York, Alex Rodriguez will lead it off. That's line to left, and it will be a base hit for Rodriguez.
He did a nice job of pulling his hands in and digging it out, down and in. So a good job by A-Rod to get a base hit there. Leadoff man aboard. Watch him pull the hands in. That ball's going to be bearing down and in. And it was down. That enabled him to get his hands to it. But just the third hit. And it's the first single tonight for the Yankees. They have a double and then that solo home run.
Mark Teixeira 0 for 2 is flied out, grounded out. Upstairs, 2 balls, no strike.
Well, Teixeira, a nice job in the 7th inning or later this year. 300 average, 8 homers, 20 ribbies. He's a good high ball hitter, actually from both sides of the plate. That's what you want, that little sinking action going down and away. See if he tries to pull it and get it on the ground, get him to roll over one. Check out this location on this pitch. It hits the target right at Gomes. Beautiful pitch. You keep it right there, you're in good shape.
Ripped into the glove, double play!
Wow! That was close. Nothing you can do as a base runner. But Johnson catches it and is right there, steps on the bag. That was trouble if it gets by him. Down into the corner, but Johnson makes the play, steps on the bag, completes the double play. Look at that. He just made one step, walked to it. Beautiful. Umpire calling fair ball. Oh, right into the tracks. That is a big play. That's the gods right there, the baseball gods. They're with you.
Second time tonight the Indians have made a spectacular defensive play. And now Brantley makes the catch to end the inning. It's a 7-pitch, 7th for Carrasco, and the Indians lead it 2-1. Time now for the 7th inning stretch. Brought to you by Spitzer Auto World. Stay tuned for Indians Live, presented by Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care, coming up next here on Sports Time Ohio. Our Cleveland Clinic call to the bullpen. And the Yankees go to the pen for the first time tonight. And it will be Chasen Shreve.
Yeah, making his 40th appearance. Look at that record, 6-1. 206 earned run average, 47 strikeouts in his 43 2/3. Most of them have come swinging. Third strikes, 37 coming on swinging strikes, and he's going to face Urshela, Ramirez, Lindor. So another good start for the rookie Severino. 6 innings, 7 hits again, just 2 runs allowed.
Yeah. I thought, Rick, we'd see a more explosive pitcher than the one we saw. Maybe it's just, he's a young guy and he's still trying to figure things out. And he's got a live arm.
Only
2 strikeouts, though.
Liked his mechanics. That's fine. He has good stuff. Tough to center on. And he'll throw it, like young pitchers. We saw a good 3-pitch mix from the rookie. With the Yankees and the way their bullpen has been this year, that's what you try to do. You make it a 6-inning game. There's another swing and a miss.
Urshela chased one away.
Severino, we heard about the slider. Everybody's talking about it. It was a very good pitch, an electric pitch for him. There's another one on the outside edge. Looks like a cutter. He can bust bats. He busted 4 of them tonight, and he shattered, 3 of them. But he'll throw the changeup behind in the count 2-0. Got a very good fastball, a great slider. And once this young man gets it, he knows what's going on. He could be very good.
Well, the thing that we saw from such a young pitcher is what in the industry parlance is known as a feel to pitch. He's able to mix all of his pitches and seem to know when to throw them. Maybe you give McCann, the veteran, some credit there.
Sure. When you call for a young pitcher, 2-0 changeup, when you're trying to throw strikes, he had command of everything tonight. That's having confidence in the guy that's on the hill. Right now, it'd be great if the Indians could find a way to push another one across. Middle part of the ball game, getting late.
Hit right at the shortstop, Gregorius. 2 down. Let's go down to Andre for more on the New York Yankees bullpen.
Yeah, and talking to Indians hitting coach Ty Van Berkeley, he said 2 words, diversity and power, when talking about the Yankees bullpen. He says they have the 3 lefties, but they also have different arm slots with all these different guys. And when they need the power, they've got the power in this bullpen. He says one of the best bullpens they've watched on video all season long.
Yeah.
Well, in baseball, there's so much downtime, whether it's, before a game, you're traveling. Card games have always been sort of part of baseball, whether it's before a game, you're on the plane, on a train, wherever. I would not want to sit down with Chasen Shreve if he's at the table. He was born and raised in Las Vegas, Nevada.
Oh, is that right? Got the poker face?
He probably knows a thing or two about card games. Maybe he doesn't. Chopped foul. One thing about Shreve, when he was in high school, he was friends with Bryce Harper.
That's right. He was from Las Vegas, right?
In fact, Harper was Shreve's catcher when he was at junior college. out of play.
Well, he was acquired by the Yankees from Atlanta in January of this year. Got him on the changeup.
Yep.
See you later. 2 punch outs.
So we'll head to the 8th inning. It remains 2-1 Cleveland. And may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cleveland Indians. Well, we head to the 8th inning. 2-1, Cleveland on top. Grounds crew perched behind the tarp. Carlos Beltran leading it off for New York. And the pitch outside, ball 1. Beltran has struck out. He has grounded out. Uh-oh. Drilled to deep right. Back is Chisenhall. Gone. And the game is tied at 2. Carlos Beltran's 10th home run of the season. A pair of solo shots for New York tonight. And we got a new ball game, as they say.
Well, that gives the Yankees 149. Beltran, he got the 2-seam fastball. It didn't quite get away. And he turned it around. It was a line drive to get out of here. That'll tie the ball game up. His 10th homer. And that's how they've been on the board. A pair of solo home runs in this ball game.
Now Didi Gregorius. This is the 10th time this year in his 23rd start that Carlos Carrasco has pitched 7 innings or more. The Indians have double barrel action in their bullpen.
You know, the amazing thing, too, the other time they scored, it was a leadoff homer by Drew in the 6th. And you get the leadoff homer here in the 8th.
Bottom of the strike zone, it's 2-2. Kyle Crockett from the left side, Brian Shaw the right-hander. To center field, Almonte. One away. As promised earlier, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. Some great defense earlier in this ball game from Giovanni Urshela in the fourth.
Yes, indeed. We'll get a look at that many times to come. Very athletic play by Giovanni Urshela. And you get a speedy runner. It's not that the guy can't run. That guy can get down the line.
Stephen Drew homered in the sixth. That home run snapped a 31 inning scoreless drop for New York. But again, it's one of those nights. The Yankees only have 4 hits.
Yeah.
But 2 of them were solo homers.
Yep, 3 out of the 4 extra base hits. Gregorius hit a double. A-Rod hit a single, and that's it. Carrasco's been in control. A couple of mistakes they took advantage of and hit him out.
For Cleveland, they have 7 hits, but 5 of those came in the first 2 innings when they scored their only 2 runs. The 100th pitch of the night for Carrasco to Drew. And he went after it, strikes him out. Number 7 for Carrasco. And there are 2 down in the inning.
Well, he got him to chase this one. Looked like it might have been a changeup down. Sure was. Out in front. 7th strikeout. There you can see right at the 100 pitch mark. 65% strikes.
Here's the 0-1 pitch to Brendan Ryan. We love our boy, Court Berry Tripp.
What happened?
But in his haste to close the windows to beat the rain, he knocked over Bart's glass of water and soaked everything.
Nice. Nice.
That's
there
awesome.
You go. To beat the rain. Let's beat the rain. Let's have 3 drops instead of 3 cupfuls.
Swinging a foul back. Heck, just let it rain now. What's the difference? I mean,
they think they can get away. You can't get away. We see you.
Two down, bases empty. 2-2 ball game. 0-2 count on Brendan Ryan.
Yes.
Swung on and missed. He struck him out.
All right, go get him a run.
8 Ks for Carrasco, but Carlos Beltran goes deep for the Yankees. And we're tied at 2.
merchandise and discounts. The app also lets fans purchase tickets, transfer tickets to friends, and more. Visit Indians.com/ballpark app.
Carlos Carrasco gets a handshake from Terry Francona. His night is done. 8 strong innings. He gave up 2 solo home runs. He's probably upset about that. But all things considered, a heck of an outing. He got deep into the ball game. He's done everything he could to give his team a chance. And we are even at 2 as we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Sort of a strange development as the new pitcher came in for New York, Dellin Betances. He got to the infield dirt, and Joe Girardi came out of the dugout and told him to stop. Then he went over and stood next to home plate umpire Bob Davidson, who was looking out at the crew chief, John Hirschbeck, who was talking to Indians groundskeeper Brandon Kenke. Obviously, there's some rain in the area. Grounds crew's been perched behind the tarp for a couple of innings now, but I've never seen a pitcher stop and not warm up before an inning like that.
It used to be when it rains and it starts getting a little heavy, you call for the tarp. You don't start calling for it before it rains. You know, they're ready. Okay, it may be in the neighborhood, but, you know, let's go. We got a ball game going on here, and a darn good one at that.
Michael Brantley's going to lead it off for Cleveland. Pulls it foul.
That's the 3rd straight time that Michael Brantley has gone after that first pitch. But here's another guy that has a dominating slider and can also throw that fastball. He struggled early this year because he couldn't control his slider. But when he has it all working, he's a big dude. And I'll tell you what, he has good stuff. Their bullpen is strong.
Michael was hit by a pitch back in the 1st inning. A breaking ball that caught him on the foot. Then he doubled into the right field corner in the 3rd, but the Indians couldn't get him home. That looms large now. Had a line drive that was caught by the shortstop in the 5th. And now on a 1-2 pitch, he stays alive. Slider fouled away. Dellin Betances goes 6'8", 265 pounds. Popped him up.
That slider goes straight down.
Gardner makes the grab and left one away. Baseball returns to Fox Sports 1 this week. A doubleheader as the Angels battle the Royals in a playoff rematch. Then the Nationals take on the Giants in a pivotal game for both teams' playoff chances. It all happens Saturday only on Fox Sports 1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Breaking ball misses high. The Yankees didn't have to go far to scout Dellin Betances. He was born in New York, went to high school in Brooklyn, and they made him an 8th-round pick. Out of high school in 06. Called a strike. That was borderline. Two one hit hard, but right into the glove of Teixeira. And there are 2 down. It's going to bring up Yan Gomes, who is 0 for 3 on the night. He has struck out, grounded out, and he has flied out. Kansas City leads Detroit 2-0. They're in the 4th at Kauffman Stadium. Rangers lead the Twins 2-0 in Minnesota. They're in the 4th inning. White Sox lead the Angels 2-0. They're in the 5th at U.S. Cellular Field. Tampa Bay shut out Atlanta 2-0. Seems to be a familiar theme. Here it's 2-2 in the 8th. Indians had a 2-0 lead at one point, but a pair of solo homers for New York brought them back to tie it. Tied him up.
Oh, boy, that's the one you got to lay off.
Can't touch that. 98 miles an hour, too.
Yeah, that's up above the belt. Watch it. It's at a great spot inside, above the belt. You can't get the hands out there. Excellent location. He can stay there or he can go with that slider. I was coming into your living room. McCann didn't get the glove up.
This guy can't be a comfortable at bat.
No, not as big as he is. Coming slider. Here it comes. See what you got.
Off the end of the bat, breaks it, and it's going to drop for a base hit. So Gomes is aboard with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 8th. Cost him a bat, but he'll take it.
That's about the only thing you could do with that pitch. Is you get a piece of it to stay alive. Good things happen. The bat shatters, but you know what? It gets over the head of Drew. It keeps the inning alive. Yeah, you put it in play. So that's their, first hit since the 2-out single back in the 6th by Johnson.
And we'll bring up Abraham Almonte. Swung on a miss, chased one in the dirt. Almonte spent his first 7 professional seasons in the Yankees organization before they traded him to Seattle.
Boy, nice job. McCann keeps it out in front. Keep that go-ahead run at first base, and it's a big slider in the dirt. He tried to throw a really tough one here, and it bounces way out in front. It caught him in the shoulder. That didn't even hit protection. That had to hurt.
Went down and tried to dig out that 98-mile-an-hour heater.
Well, you don't have a lot of time to make up your mind. And you know it's coming with a fastball. When you get it, you know, he's helped him out a couple of times. But he's down in the count now, 1-2.
And he locks him up with a breaking ball to end the inning. We'll go to the ninth, tied at 2.
Pretty good pitchers matchup so far tonight. Cody Allen Jensen coming in here in the ninth inning. He'll face the top of the New York order. What are you looking for?
Fastball command. Got to throw strike one. Don't want to fall behind. Any one of these guys can put you away with a solo homer, so making sure you get strike one with that heater.
All right, well, this one's over. Join us for Indians Live, brought to you by Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care. Right now, back to the booth. Here are Matt and Rick.
Well, our score is 2-2. Carlos Carrasco went 8, 104 pitches. And he'll give way to Cody Allen, who comes on here in the ninth in a tie game, making his 48th appearance on the year. And he's got Jacoby Ellsbury, Brett Gardner, and Alex Rodriguez due up.
Well, it's been a pair of solo homers. That is how the Yankees have been on the board. And we talked about controlling Ellsbury and Gardner, and Carrasco did that beautifully. Both of them over 3. Ellsbury saw 9 pitches, Gardner saw 10, and 7 out of the 9 pitches to Ellsbury were strikes. 6 out of the 10 to Gardner were strikes. So did a wonderful job of just keeping those guys off. And there was the great play made by Urshela back in the 4th inning off Gardner.
Back-to-back left-handed hitters to open the inning, Ellsbury and Gardner. Lefties this year against Cody Allen are only batting $173. And out of those 81 at-bats, 33 strikeouts. Up high, ball 1. Ellsbury has grounded out twice, and he has struck out once tonight.
You see the numbers against Allen in his career. 1 for 4 with the dinger.
There's the fastball, and it's in for a strike to even the count of 1-1.
Right by him.
Woo. That one had some hair on it. 1-2. You know, we heard Jensen say coming back from break there, it's important for Cody Allen to get strike one. Fastball command, strike one. Is there a difference for a hitter how you get to 1-1?
Not really. You're looking for sometimes, they haven't faced Allen in a while, so they don't have a really good book on them. So they're going out there probably looking first pitch fastball. But if you throw it and you keep it down and you throw it away, that's fine. They're looking for a pitch in their zone they can hit. They don't want to make one pitch, one out in a hurry unless they get themselves a cookie. You want to get, it doesn't matter how you get to 1-1. No,
you just don't want to be 2-0. Obviously, that makes for a tough at bat late in the game. There's a drive into center. No, it won't get there. He jammed the heck out of him, and that ball just died in the Lindor's glove for out number 1.
Well, let's take a look at the sequence. It's all hard stuff there. There's a fastball he misses, ball 1. Comes back with a heater. It's 1-1. Now throws one right by him, so they stay with it and go inside, and he misses. He comes back with the breaking ball, and he misses there, and he comes back with the heater again. So there it was, and it jammed him. That was the pitch I think he wanted to get out on all the time, was the fastball up. He couldn't catch up to it.
Brett Gardner 0 for 3. Always have to be aware of a bunt with him. Try to go first ball, breaking ball, but up high.
He's going to try and shrink the strike zone and get a little lower and try and get on base with a walk. He took every pitch he had last time up against Carrasco, and he got called out on strikes. Didn't swing the bat once.
Right down Broadway, 1-1.
You know, if you're looking for a fastball, that was one to hit. But like I said, this is the first time they faced him this year. Not much of a book on Cody Allen and the Yankees.
That off-speed pitch bounced in front of the dish. 2-1. Here's the 2-1. And that fastball is high. 3 balls and a strike. Now the 3-1. He walked him. And a 1-out base runner now for Alex Rodriguez.
Well, now you have some speed on base. 15 stolen bases out of 18 attempts.
I guess my point earlier, what I was trying to get at with you is, if he throws strike 1 with a good fastball command, if he gets strike 1 called, all of a sudden I know it's only 1 strike, but you're a little more defensive as a hitter. As opposed to if he's ball 1 with the first pitch.
Oh, yeah, then you don't have to swing at the next one. You can take another pitch if you want. If you get strike 1, then you really don't know. He could come with a breaking ball. You're looking fastball again. Yeah, it opens the door a little more, and it will put a hitter back on his heels more so than if you're ball 1. They can take a pitch and just get an extra look at you. They don't have to go out and swing. And he overthrew that pitch to A-Rod, that first fastball away. Well, the thing of it is, too, if you want to throw a breaking ball here, you don't want to bounce it with this guy on first base.
Runner goes. Yeah. Swing and a miss. Throw down.
Wow, look at that throw.
Oh, what a throw. Ramirez hangs on.
I'm going to tell you, Gomes got rid of that ball in a hurry. It was on its way before you could even watch the footwork of Yan Gomes. He knew he was going to take off. It was just a matter of time. But what a beautiful throw. Watch how quick his footwork is. Boom, it was gone.
Watch the pick by Ramirez.
He slid right into it. I mean, he got rid of that ball. I'd love to have a time on that. But I guarantee you, it was about 175. It was well under 2. What a great throw. And a nice pick to put him away.
Broke his chain. It was around his neck, too. He was thrown out and lost some jewelry all at the same moment on a perfect throw and a great grab by Ramirez. Boy, did that change the complexion of the inning in a heartbeat. Now the 1-2. Upstairs, couldn't get him to go after it.
We had a time on that throw from Gomes was 1.78. That's the release of getting it to second base.
Now the 2-2. Fastball rung him up. A 96-mile-an-hour heater from Cody Allen. And the inning is over. Yan Gomes short circuits a potential Yankee rally. We'll go to the bottom of the ninth, tied at 2. Cody Allen recounting the inning with pitching coach Mickey Callaway. 2-2, bottom of the ninth. Looking back at our keys to the game, brought to you by Wayside Furniture. Carrasco, keep it down. He did for most of the night. He was outstanding. He gave up 2 solo home runs, and that was it. 4 hits is all the Yankees had against him. For the Indians, they got to Severino early, but they couldn't quite knock him out. They had 2 hits, 3 base runners in the first, got a run. 3 hits, got a run on the second. Leadoff double in the third, but then after that, he shut him down the rest of the way. Now, Justin Wilson, a second straight left-hander out of the New York bullpen.
He's been in quite a few. The 52nd time now. He has a 4-0 record. Amazing when you come out playing a lot of close ball games and that team can score late. As a reliever, you'll end up getting some wins.
First ball swinging. Chris Johnson fouls it out of play.
Well, another terrific ball game here. Low scoring. The Indians pitching doing it again. See if that offense can scrape one in for a walk-off.
Left-hander Chasen Shreve worked a scoreless 7th. Right-hander Dylan Betances a scoreless 8th. Now lefty Justin Wilson in the 9th. Downstairs.
Indians on the year have only had 1 walk-off in this ballpark.
Out of play. Well, this guy's been tough. Justin Wilson has given up 2 earned runs in his last 30 appearances. The 1-2 offering. And a base hit into left field for Chris Johnson. His third hit of the night, coming off a 4-for-4 performance on Sunday.
Well, I'll tell you what, he threw 2 by him, and then he comes back with a breaking ball, and it's right into his wheelhouse. He didn't get it in. Watch, they're sitting down and then want a back foot slider. It stayed middle of the plate, and Johnson just speeds up his bat, and he hits the hole between short and second. So he is on third hit of the game, 7 hits the last 2 games, and they're going to have a pinch runner for him.
Zach Walters will be the pinch runner, and now we'll get a pinch hitter for Lonnie Chisenhall, and it will be Mike Aviles. Aviles 0 for 8 as a pinch hitter on the year.
Well, it's got to be bunt here, I would think. Take your chances late in the game.
Takes a strike. He squares early. And Wilson fires to first. He squares again. Inside, he missed.
Oh, boy, I'll tell you what, that's a tough pitch to take. He threw it in there. That's a good pitch by a pitcher because you want to bunt strikes, but you don't look for it in there. You look for the ball away, but that kept running in. That's a nice take by Aviles. Most hitters would go out there and try and put it in play, and you're not going to bunt that ball fair.
Throw to first again. Keeping Walters close.
Yeah, you keep him close, but he's not going anywhere knowing that bunt is going to, he's looking for the ball on the ground.
By the way, for fans who may be wondering, Zach Walters was just added to the roster today when Ryan Rayburn was placed on the bereavement list. The 1-1. Popped it up back over the screen. And now Aviles in the hole, 1-2. Tony Pena, long-time bench coach with Joe Girardi and pitching coach Larry Rothschild as they look over the situation. Justin Wilson with Giovanni Urshela waiting on deck.
Heads up for anything in the dirt if you're Walters at first.
Gets the bunt down. Wilson.
Nice.
Will underhand it to first.
Nice. He rarely nowadays in the American League will you see a manager make him do it 3 times in a row. He does. He gets the job done, and it's well done by Aviles to get that winning run in scoring position. That's not an easy thing to do. You foul it off, you're out.
I think Mike Aviles was determined he was going to get that bunt down.
No question. It was well done. So now you got 2 cracks at it. Try and get him home. The outfield, the Yankees are going to come in a little bit. Let's see what Gio's got.
He's 0 for 3 on the night. Low and away, ball 1. Urshela has definitely had his best swings this year against the left-handers. Came into tonight batting .366 against lefties.
He's done a nice job after the 7th inning and late in the ball game, and that's the exact
He's been clutch. Remember we talked about that before.
This is the same spot we're in right here.
Good pitch by Wilson. 96 miles an hour.
I mean, this lefty's getting it up there, man. He's got a little fur to it.
Came over from the Pirates in the Francisco Cervelli trade. You know, the old, you got to give something to get something. They got an everyday catcher, but they had to give up a heck of an arm to get him. The 1-1. And Urshela got a piece, but at 97 miles an hour, he's down on the count 1-2. Ground ball, weakly hit to third. And Ryan throws him out, 2 down.
Tell you what, that's not an easy pitch for a right-hander to handle. I don't know if that might have been off the plate for a ball, but I'll tell you, it runs in, and it's a tough pitch to take as well.
Jose Ramirez had a 2-out RBI single back in the second inning that made it 2-0. Ramirez has now collected a hit in 6 consecutive games. And during that time, he has 7 runs batted in. A chance to be the hero now. Wilson, who will turn 28 years old a week from today. Hard to believe, but last year he had an ERA of 4.20 working out of the Pirates bullpen in 70 appearances. Upstairs. Of course, the year before that, his ERA was 2.08 in 58 games. More innings pitched, believe it or not. More of a long relief guy 2 years ago. Now the 1-1. Ramirez into the glove of Teixeira to end the inning and send us to extras. He was playing way off the line. Perfect defensive alignment, because look where Ramirez hit it. Right into his glove. Things are presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's, feed your wild side. We head now to the 10th inning at Progressive Field. New pitcher will be Brian Shaw, after Cody Allen worked a scoreless 9th inning. And Jerry Sands takes over at first base for Chris Johnson. Also, Zach Walters is the new right fielder after he came on as a pinch runner. Mark Teixeira going to lead off for New York. And a pitch in there for a strike from Shaw.
For the Yankees, their 9th extra inning game. They are 2-6 coming into this one. The Indians, their 7th. They are 4-3.
Couldn't hold up, and it's 0-2. Would have been a strike anyway. Fastball took off on him. A little bit outside.
Good pitch. Good pitch. Tough to lay off.
That's to Urshela with the shift on. One away.
Well, and as you mentioned it, and we've noted all game long, they keep the exact same defense for McCann as they do for Teixeira.
McCann has struck out, grounded out, flied out. And it's outside, ball one. Two and 0. If the Indians win this game, Toronto would move to within a half game of the Yankees in the AL East. They doubled up Oakland 4-2. Three balls and a strike. And he walked him. McCann aboard with one out for Carlos Beltran.
Only the second Yankee hitter to walk tonight. The other one came in the 9th inning with one out. That's what tied the game right there. Carlos Beltran home run leading off the 8th inning. That tied the score. The one swing of the bat gave the Yankees life. We are here in the 10th.
Carlos Beltran, just 10 home runs on the year now. And that just missed inside. 2-0.
Well, you don't want to throw him a cookie here down 3-0.
Found the outside edge. Three balls and a strike with a runner at first here in the 10th. And now the count is full.
How about that? It looked like he was making him throw 3 in a row. He took a couple. Didn't look like he wanted to offer it that one at all.
And the payoff is blooped towards center field, and it's going to drop for a hit. And McCann took a wide turn at second. Throw back! Ramirez couldn't quite hold on to the throw. Otherwise, I think they had him. It looked like it snow cone out of his glove, and he just couldn't hold it.
Well, McCann made a mistake. He tried to restart. You either make your decision up and you go because you know it's going to be a base hit, but he stopped and started again, and then he had to get back because Almonte didn't get rid of it, and you're right. Oh, he dropped it. Didn't have the ball in the glove by the time he tagged him. Let's see from this angle what happens. The ball beats him. You're right. It was a snow cone, and by the time he applied the tag, he gets the hand back in, and now you're going to get a pinch runner for McCann at second base. And that is the go-ahead run.
Chris Young will be the pinch runner. So 2 on, 1 out. And Didi Gregorius, the batter, 1 for 3. That's one of those instances, too, with a guy like Beltran who can hit it a long way. You're playing that no doubles defense.
Yes, they were. They were playing very deep.
He bloops one in.
Well, that's the chances you take. I mean, he fell behind him, so you figure you're going to play a little bit deeper when the hitter has a count in his favor, especially a guy like Beltran. They bloop it in, but now you got to get your ground ball.
One ball, one strike. Shattered bat, blooped into center. And a runner at third holds. And a strong throw by Almonte, who got it off quickly.
I
Bases
can't
are loaded.
believe he didn't get a better jump than that. You're into pinch run, and that you got to score on that ball. Almonte was playing back. He had to hold him up to third base, coach. He couldn't send him because he break the bat. He's looking behind. What for? You got to know where the outfielder is. Almonte got to the ball quickly. And I'll tell you what, if he would have sent him, he would have been out. They had to stop him, so now they have the bases loaded, and they'll have one more opportunity.
Yeah, Young took that one sort of stutter step move and kind of stalled the engine.
Don't know what you're thinking, but when you're a pinch runner, your job is to know where the outfielders are playing at all time. And you can tell right from the crack of the bat, and it is a cracked bat because it's going to fall in. He hesitated. You can't hesitate. You've got to know. Doubt had to creep into his mind to stop from running right there, not realizing where the center fielder was. You have to know that before the pitch is made. It's a break for the Indians because it might have been close if he doesn't hesitate, but they have the bases loaded and still 1 out. After the walk, you get back-to-back singles, and now Drew's going to get an opportunity. Indians are going to bring the infield in.
It didn't score a run, but it snapped an 0 for 21 spell for New York with runners in scoring position. Now they're loaded with 1 out for Drew.
Well, with good teams, you give them opportunities. I don't want to see him get one here because if they do, they could go off on a run. That's how offenses work.
Ball one almost to the backstop.
Well, no margin for error here if you're Brian Shaw.
Well, he's thrown more balls than strikes at this point.
Yankees on the year hitting .347 as a team with the bases loaded, which is third best. Yeah.
Shaw's only thrown 9 out of 21 pitches for strikes in the inning. But he's also been the victim of some bad luck. You got a bloop by Beltran and a broken bat bloop by Drew.
After the walk. And then he fell behind. So he missed the strike zone too many times. So now he's got to really buckle down. He's got a tough situation here.
Back out of play. Two-one to Drew. And that'll even it up. To first, Sands will come home. They
Nice.
get the out there.
That's it, just one.
Two
well
down.
done.
Bases still loaded.
Yeah, Jerry Sands with the nice play. Gives a good feed to Gomes, and Gomes wisely holds on to it. You don't want to throw it away. Nice play. Backhanded side. Puts the ball in play. Short hops it. Goes to one knee and comes up and throws a strike. Good play.
Going to get a pinch hitter now, as Chase Headley will bat for Brendan Ryan with the bases loaded and 2 outs in the 10th. Headley hitting .272 on the year. As a pinch hitter, he's 1 for 1. Headley has never had a hit against Brian Shaw. But Joe Girardi feeling he's his best option here. And again, Shaw, yeah, he's having a tough time.
Well, he's 2 out of 6 first pitch strikes, so he's fallen behind, and then he compounds it by even falling farther behind. He has to work awfully hard when you 2-0 because you got to throw one here, don't you? And as a hitter, you can shrink that zone. You get very disciplined.
Missed 3-0. Now Shaw must throw a strike, or the Yankees will take the lead. And it's 3-1.
Let's take a look at that 3-0 pitch. That's close.
Now the 3-1. Threw it by him. Full count. $23,618 here tonight, and most of them are up on their feet. Bases loaded, 2 out in the 10th. Payoff pitch hit in the right field, a base knock. Beltran scores. Here comes Gregorius, and he scores 2. Gomes couldn't quite come up with a throw, and the Yankees lead it 4-2.
Yeah, you had to come in. You had to throw a strike. And Headley's waiting for it. He gets the base hit. And after you get the first one, you're going to send the next runner, Gregorius. He can run. He had a good jump. You're going to make Walters had a good throw here. I want to see what it does. It short hops Gomes. It was just a little too long in the air. If it was down a little bit more and get on that grass and let him get it. It was a tough play for a catcher when you have to short hop it. He goes in head first, but they get the second run, and right there, control for Brian Shaw. Fell behind 3-0 and had to come in with strikes.
Shaw threw 30 pitches tonight, 15 balls, 15 strikes. He's out. Crockett's in. Tribe down 4-2. Headley coming off the bench with a 2-out, 2-run pinch hit single to right field.
First hit ever against Brian Shaw, but Shaw fell behind. I think that was the key. Did not have his command tonight. So now Crockett coming in to try and just keep it a 2-run inning here in the 10th for the Yankees.
Jacoby Ellsbury 0 for 4 on the night. Cuts and misses, 0-2. Yankees with 2 in the 10th. And the 0-2 to Ellsbury. Strike 3 called. We'll go to the bottom of the 10th. Indians need to rally, down 2. And the new pitcher will be Andrew Miller. He converted each of his first 24 save opportunities. He's the first Yankee ever to do that, according to Elias.
Well, he doesn't give up many hits. Looks like he's about as automatic as you can get. So the big left-hander has signed a 4-year contract with the Yankees in December.
John Ryan Murphy behind the dish. Chase Headley now at third. And away we go. Francisco Lindor to lead it off. Then it's Michael Brantley and Carlos Santana. Chris Young is also staying in the game. He's in right field. And a strike call, and it's 0-2. Lindor 1 for 4 tonight. Out of play. Off the mound. Quick recovery. Lindor safe at first. It got by the pitcher Miller, and Teixeira got it. But by then it was just a foot race to the bag, and Lindor knew that.
Well, with Miller falling off the mound to the third base side, he would have had to get this ball because you're never going to get him in stride. And once he missed it, he wanted to get to first, but it was a nice try. Boy, that was close. A lot closer than it could have been. Good hustle. He barehands it, and he steps on the bag right after Lindor gets there. So he's safe, beats it out, infield single. Now the tying run can come to the plate.
And Michael Brantley will be the batter, 1 for 3 on the night. And a first pitch strike. Brantley shoots one left field near the line. It's going to be a fair ball. Into the corner it goes. Lindor screaming into third will stop right there. It's a double for Brantley. And the Indians have runners at second and third with nobody out.
Well, I got to tell you something. I lost sight of Gardner out there in left field, but he came up with that ball in a hurry. He went down. It looked like he was sliding to get to that ball, but he had to pick it because it came in a hurry. I thought Lindor was going to score. A nice job by Brantley hitting the slider that way. Let's see what he does. Oh, boy, did he ever make a nice play. He cut that ball off and caught it cleanly. And that's why Lindor had to hold up. But it's second and third, nobody out. And those are the tying runs out there, boys.
The winning run is at the plate in the form of Carlos Santana. He's 1 for 4 on the night. And he doesn't like the call. Bob Davidson raising the right hand at strike one. Down in the dirt, 1-1.
Miller ended up missing 25 games this year, placed on the DL from June 10th through July 8th, almost a month, missed 25 games.
And now Santana's really not happy. He's in the hole, a ball and 2 strikes with Yan Gomes waiting on deck. Miller taking a little too much time. Santana, fly ball left center. Ellsbury makes the catch. Lindor will tag and score. It's a 1-run game at 4-3. Santana's second RBI of the night. Well, you get down on the count. That's a victory in and of itself. You got to run home, and now you need a hit to tie it or a bomb to win it. Gomes singled to right on a broken bat deal his last time up. That pitch missed its target by a bunch. Murphy set up inside, and that ball went up and away to Gomes. For Andrew Miller, the 24 consecutive saves that he's converted, it's the 3rd longest streak to start a career with a new team. 2nd longest in the American League, Willie Hernandez.
With
his
Detroit?
first 32 in Detroit, 1984.
84, the special year Detroit had.
Now the 1-1. Line drive, right field. It's going to drop for a base hit. Brantley coming around third. They're going to wave him home. He's going to score. Young overran the ball. We're tied at 4. Yan Gomes bloops one into right field, and the Indians come back and hang the first blown save of the year on Andrew Miller.
Well, it wasn't hit all that hard. It was that fastball down and in, and he digs it out. and it was going to be close, but he tried to backhand that ball coming in and couldn't field it cleanly. Brantley didn't get a real good jump at second base, but he's going to end up carrying the mail, and it'll tie the game. A big base hit by Yan Gomes, so they fight right back and answer that 2-spot put on the board by the Yankees in the top half of the inning.
Now it's Abraham Almonte 0 for 3 on the night. Called out on strikes his last time up. Inside ball 1. That'll leave the count at 1 ball, 1 strike. One pitch. Looked like the same pitch, but it's called a ball. 2-1. Gomes not much of a lead at first with Teixeira holding him on and the left-hander Miller on the mound. Three and 1. Miller is really frustrated.
Yes, he is. Now he's getting frustrated is right. He's not finding the strike zone. Patience. Zero in. Look for your pitch.
Nobody up in the Yankee bullpen. And the 3-1. No, and throw to first instead, and that handcuffed Teixeira.
Oh boy, that was clocked at 92. That was a seed he threw over there. Yeah, he's frustrated. Is right.
Wow, did he pull the string? Full count.
Well, that's it. When you're 3-1, you sit on the fastball. He was just swinging. You know what? That's where you just take that pitch. If it's a strike, which it probably would have been, it doesn't matter. It's 3-2, but you were looking for your pitch. You swing at his.
Now the payoff and a foul right back. Three-two. He got him. And there are 2 down. Came back with that breaking ball.
Yeah, I knew he was going to because he chased it at a 3-1 pitch. He came back with the fastball, and he was a little tardy, but he back foots him, and it's a ball, but he helps him out and swings at it. Couldn't take it. So there's 2 down now.
Zach Walters, who came on as a pinch runner for Chris Johnson, who had 3 hits on the night, will get his first chance to hit, and he takes ball 1. Walters, as I mentioned, just added to the roster with Ryan Rayburn going on the bereavement list. And the 1-0 is called a strike to even the count. Gomes kind of gave him a little head and shoulder fake towards second, and Miller decided to throw over.
Well, Gomes is going nowhere. unless that ball is hit. Then he's off and running. Right by him.
1-2 the count. Got a piece, and we'll stay alive.
Sort of surprised me because he threw that fastball right by him the pitch before, and then he comes in with that breaking ball. Maybe he didn't get it where he wants to, but Walter's got a piece of it to stay alive.
Four in the 10th. Indians rallying back with 2 runs to tie it up. The 1-2. Strike 3 called, and we'll go to the 11th. Tied at 4. The Indians rally back. Lindor, Brantley, Santana, and Gomes pull the Indians even. Presented all season long by Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Jack Link's, feed your wild side. Zach McAllister, a one-time Yankee farmhand, will come on here to pitch the 11th. Brett Gardner leading off, takes a strike. Gardner 0 for 3, walked, and was thrown out trying to steal in the 9th. Down and in, 1 ball, 1 strike. Throw it right by him. 96-mile-an-hour heater. 1-2 the count.
Well, someone's yelling at Bob Davidson. I think
it
was a fan.
Yeah, it sure was. He told him, keep it clean or you're going to be out of here. Umpires don't mind fans heckling. They're used to that.
Yeah.
But when you get profane, You got kids in the audience. I don't blame him for taking issue with that. Throw it by him again, and Gardner barking at home plate. Watch your language.
Well, it did a nice job of pounding him inside with a fastball that he couldn't go. Look at that. He couldn't get to it. Couldn't get the hands in there. Good pitch. Very good pitch.
Alex Rodriguez. One for 4 with a single. Takes outside ball 1. Two balls, no strikes. Three balls, no strikes. Mark Teixeira waits on deck. Low and away at the knees. Went to the same location, didn't get the call this time, and it's a walk.
Same thing that happened last inning after getting the first out. A one-out walk created the problems. So Carrasco tonight in his 8 innings of work did not walk a hitter, but 3 out of the 4 relievers. Allen walked 1, Shaw walked 1, and now McAllister. Crockett came in for a third and got the strikeout.
High pop, left side, out of play. You have to respect the ability of guys like Rodriguez and Teixeira to hit you out of the ballpark. But if you start being too fine, then you end up behind in the count.
Yeah, sometimes that happens a lot. You know, you try and be just a little too fine is right. You get ahead, you can expand their zone.
Challenged him belt high and maybe above.
That's not a bad spot. He's got enough on it to get it by him at 95 miles per hour. They wanted it in, it goes away. That had some movement to it.
Same pitch, and Teixeira fought it off to stay alive.
Well, he took his shot. He's going to try and put it in play now compared to trying to hit it way out of the ballpark and just react with 2 strikes. Breaking ball.
He locked him up, and Teixeira knew it.
Well, he dropped a beautiful hook in there for a strikeout. That was a beauty. And if you could throw it for strikes, boy, he hasn't seen it in the at-bat, and it's a dandy. Right there at the knees, away, beautiful pitch. That's 2 outs.
Chris Young will bat with 2 down, his first at bat of the night. Takes a strike. Young was signed as a free agent with the Yankees in the offseason, re-signed, and there's a chopper to McAllister's. Get out of my way, I'll take it myself. And the inning is over. We'll head to the bottom of the 11th. Still tied at 4. Bottom of the 11th, and a new pitcher for New York. It's Adam Warren. Right-hander is 6-5 on the year. He's made 14 starts. He has a save, 32 walks, 73 strikeouts, and just over 100 innings on the year. Made his first relief appearance of the season on June the 30th. As a starter, he was 5-5 with a 3.59 ERA. And he only allowed 3 earned runs or less in each of his last 8 starts. He will be facing Jerry Sands, Giovanni Urshela, and Jose Ramirez.
What a way to start the 3-game series out here. Yankees, have had a tough time scoring. It was a 2-2 ball game going into the 10th. They get 2 in the 10th inning, but the Indians come back to answer off their closer and his first blown save of the year. So it doesn't get any easier than that, does it?
After converting 24 straight. They got Miller tonight.
Awfully difficult at times. Starts him out with the breaking ball.
Sands waves at a ball down low. It's 0-2. Sands hit a grand slam in the Twins series, the only one hit this year by the Indians. Missed outside, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Low and away, 2-2. Chop to third. Headley throws him out, 1 down. It'll bring up Giovanni Urshela, who is 0 for 4 on the night. Urshela, we showed you earlier tonight, made a spectacular play defensively at third base. He was also robbed early in this game on a spectacular double play turned by Didi Gregorius in the Yankee infield. And that was a key play when you think about it, because they had their first 2 on to start that inning, maybe a big inning in the makings.
Right.
They ended up only scoring 1.
And it had to come from a 2-out base hit by Ramirez, but you're right, he made a great play to turn it.
Shoots it foul on the left side. And he's angry with himself.
Well,
he hit himself on the helmet with a bat.
Because he got a good breaking ball to hit, and he was too quick on it. He realized that then. He gets the breaking ball in the inner part of the plate. And you can see he was just a little too quick. Little reminder.
Foul up the third baseline. Arizona has scored 11 runs on 11 hits. They're in the third inning. They lead the Phillies 11-1. It was the Phillies starter who gave up all 11. David Buchanan. That's going to leave a mark on his ERA.
That'll leave a mark. Ouch.
Down low, Urshela lays off. It's 2-2. Kansas City leads Detroit 5-1. They're in the 8th at Kauffman Stadium. Texas still leads Minnesota 2-0. They're in the 8th at Target Field. Off the end of the bat, will it drop? No. Ellsbury able to get there, 2 down. And so we go to the top of the order, and Jose Ramirez. He is 1 for 5 tonight. Boy, you think back, Rick. Bottom of the 9th, Ramirez is up, winning runs at second base with 2 outs. He hits a line drive right into the glove of Mark Teixeira, who was off the line in the perfect spot.
Had him played perfectly. You're right. That ball was about head high going into right field. I mean, hit right on the nose. You couldn't ask for anything any better, but guess what? Right into the tracks. Look at, he had to jump a little bit.
I love that reaction. Like, what are you doing there? There's a fly ball deep center field. Back and making the catch is the speedy Ellsbury, and will go to the 12th. Deadlocked at 4. Well, we go to the 12th, and the new pitcher is Jeff Manship. He's on for the 15th time this year. He's got the 6, 7, and 8 hitters due up for New York: J.R. Murphy, Didi Gregorius, and Stephen Drew.
The Yankees scored their first 2 runs on solo home runs back in the 6th and the 8th, and then they had their 2-run 10th inning. And the Indians, they scored early in this game. They scored in the 1st and the 2nd. But they were able to tie it up, send it to extras, and here we are. We will continue play.
Strike to the outside corner. A little bit low, 1-1. And Murphy falls behind 1-2. And Manship rings him up. Another Yankee hitter frozen by an off-speed pitch.
Well, here's the Yankees on a 3-2 pitch. They're going to send 2 home, and Gomes can't come up with the throw. It's short, hopped him. Headley pinch hitting, and then Santana hits a sacrifice fly, drives in the first one, and Gomes will bloop one over the head of the second baseman. In comes the tying run. And that was the first blown save of the year by Miller.
Gregorius hammers it foul. Another foul ball to the left. Kind of a half swing.
Oh, I got the bat boys and the ball boys over there. They sit over there and they're getting ready to bring the umpire balls, and they're going to take a little abuse. Heads up, boys. Can't get out of the way of it. That's a wake-up call for you.
One-two offering. Left field base hit. Brantley over to cut it off. And Gregorius aboard with a 1-out single.
Stayed on it. Well done. Stayed on the breaking ball, slapped it to left field. Gets his 3rd hit.
Hit high in the air. Right field, Walters makes the catch. And back to first goes Gregorius. 2 down. That'll bring up Chase Headley. He delivered in a pinch. A pinch hit, 2 out, 2-run single in the 10th. They gave New York at that time a 4-2 lead. Broken bat bouncer. Lindor will tag the runner to end the inning. We'll go to the last half of the 12th, tied at 4. Bottom of the 12th inning. And the Yankees go to yet another new pitcher.
Got Brian Mitchell coming on. Now their 7th pitcher of the night. He started one game. This is his 8th coming out of the bullpen. Only 16 in the 3rd innings. 15 strikeouts, though. He is going to come on. He'll be facing Lindor, Brantley, Santana.
Well, let's see if Francisco Lindor can set the table. Lindor, Brantley, Santana for the Tribe here in the 12th. Francisco, 2 hits, 2 runs scored on the night. And a breaking ball in there for a strike.
Well, the Indians have never gone longer than 12 innings so far this year. Ouch.
Lindor down in a heap, but he looks like he's okay.
He looks like he's okay, but he certainly doesn't feel okay. Going off the look like the top of the foot. Because that ball just deflected and went straight out to first base. And you can see in pain as soon as that ball just came right off the top of his foot. So he's going to take a little time till he gets some feeling back in there, because it's not fun if you hit a grounder and you got to run it out. Umpires ask him, "You okay?" He's going to give him a little time. So he says, "Okay, you're ready? Let's go."
Now rookie Brian Mitchell takes aim now with the 0-2 pitch in the dirt. Mitchell's 24 years old, and he was a 16th round pick of the Yankees back in 2009. Made his major league debut last year on August the 10th and took the loss against Cleveland. Strikes out Lindor, ball pops loose. Throw down to first, one away. And now Michael Brantley. Brantley is 2 for 4 with 2 doubles and a run scored. Mentioned before, Mitchell made his major league debut last year against the Indians on August 10th. He didn't get the loss, but the Indians won the game. He tossed 2 scoreless innings with a walk and a couple of strikeouts. So he did his part, but the Indians were able to win that game. In fact, the Indians last year won the season series, and they haven't done that very many times in the last decade or so. They won 4 out of 7 from New York last year. Out of play. Even with that series win for the Tribe, since 2006, the Yankees have gone 42-21 against the Indians.
Yeah, New York's always been a tough place for the Indians to play.
This has been a tough place to play the Yankees for Cleveland.
Yeah, I know. They come in there. They have the best winning percentage here of any visiting team, I believe.
Yeah.
They're, it's just one of those things. But right now, anybody's ball game. You get this first one here, it could set up the next 2 ball games. Indians trying to keep it going and win their 3rd straight at home. And keep that string of Yankees losses. Make it 4 in a row.
The 2-2 to Brantley. Bounced it in there. Full count. Well, with Toronto's victory earlier, should the Indians win, the Blue Jays would pull to within a half game of New York in the AL East. Time was called. Got him. Chased one in the dirt. Back-to-back strikeouts for Mitchell. 2 down.
That's a good hook. You'll see it straight down. That's the second one Indians hitter. He's got to swing at it. It goes into the dirt, and they both had to run to first base as they go 2-3 on the strikeouts. So the first 2, he has K'd. And I'll tell you what, we're getting a good look at this Yankee bullpen in the first game of the series. They've got some guys. I haven't seen anybody throw under 95 yet. And this guy's got a pretty good hook to go with it.
Carlos Santana. High pop-up, foul territory. Headley makes the catch. Indians go meekly here in the 12th. We'll head to the 13th, still tied at 4. 4-4, 13th inning. And the Indians go to Ryan Webb. He is the 7th Indians pitcher to work here tonight.
Webb, the 27th time. 270 ERA, sinker baller. When he's on, you'll see a lot of ground balls. Sinker slider guy. He's got the top of the lineup for the Yankees. Ellsbury, Gardner, A-Rod.
Jacoby Ellsbury hitless on the night. 0 for 5. Over the outside corner, it's a called strike. Nice stop by Ramirez from the outfield. Grass throws him out.
Well, that
ball
play
was hit hard.
It was hit hard, but you know what? Not too often do you see a guy be able to take his glove and go from top to bottom to smother that ball, but he fielded it cleanly. Usually it's from the ground up. He got it and slapped it down and was able to make the play and catch it and throw him out easily. Not an easy play. And a good guy to keep off the base. Ellsbury now 0 for 6 in this ball game.
Brett Gardner's 0 for 4. He walked back in the 9th inning. He has struck out twice. And a strike called. Carlos Rodon went 7 innings, gave up just 4 hits, and the White Sox shut out the Angels tonight, 3-0.
Second straight game they beat the Angels.
Beat their former teammate Hector Santiago. The 1-1 to Gardner. Smashed to Ramirez. Room service hop for him. 2 down.
There's the ground ball, as you certainly want to see from the sinker. Beat it in the ground. 2 in a row to Ramirez.
Alex Rodriguez will be the batter. Rodriguez has a single, a walk, and has struck out twice. And Ryan Webb pounds the strike zone. Strike 1. Left center. Sprinting into the gap to make the catch is Michael Brantley, and the Yankees go 1-2-3 on just 7 pitches.
They've been sitting there for quite some time, 4 hours. It's going to come down to a brawl here.
Somebody better score.
Yeah.
Well, the Indians will take their chances here in the 13th with Gomes, Almonte, and Walters due up against Brian Mitchell, who authored a 1-2-3 12th inning in impressive fashion with a couple of strikeouts. After Mitchell, the only guy left in a New York bullpen is Brandon Pinder. And a fastball right in there to strike one to Gomes. Slider away, misses. Outside. On Saturday, Mitchell pitched 3 innings out of the Yankee bullpen. So after just a brief respite, he's right back out here in multiple inning mode again.
Yeah, after the 6 innings from Severino, it's been 1 inning by everybody. Now Mitchell's going his 2nd inning. That's it. But something's got to give. Somebody's got to score here eventually. The Indians have 2 left in their bullpen. Adams and Armstrong.
Gomes drives one towards center, but Ellsbury runs it down. 1 away. Well, it's going to bring up Abraham Almonte. He's 0 for 4 tonight and has struck out his last 2 times up. Goes off speed pitch for strike 1. And that off-speed pitch is bounced into center field for a base hit. And the winning run is aboard here in the 13th for Cleveland.
Well, he's going to come back with the same pitch. Let's see if it's down enough. Yeah, it was down. It gave him swinging room. He hit it right back up the middle. He didn't try and overswing. Put a pretty good short swing on it and grounds it into center field. So now they have the winning run aboard.
Well, Zach Walters struck out his only time up in the 10th. That was as a right-handed batter. Definitely has more power to this side of the plate. Last year when Walters came over to the Indians, he got on some kind of roll. He homered in 3 straight games last August. And he would hit 7 home runs down the stretch. 5 of his 7 home runs gave the Indians the lead. 2 tied the game. walk-off homer almost 1 year ago to the date. It was August 13th. Inside, he missed 2-1. Mitchell fires to first. Almonte back with a dive.
Well, 2-1 count. It's tough to start your runner here unless you know he can steal a base because Walters swings through so many pitches. And they are paying attention to Almonte.
Two-one is by him, and the count evens up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. This guy's got a heck of an arm. 95-mile-an-hour fastball.
Yeah.
He's had a wicked breaking ball. But it only takes one mistake to end it. The 2-2. Just missed in a full count.
Well, let's see if Tito starts him here. Full count, 1 out. You know, Walters can swing through it. He swung through that 2-1 fastball. Does he keep him at first? I know you want to start him. And then you hope he finds a hole.
He's off. And the 3-2 is bounced foul.
That's foul. That's foul. Home plate umpire's call, by the way, it was in front of first base. But he did start him, and I can see why. Even though he swings through a lot of pitches, you got to try and make something happen here. He's off running, gets that breaking ball, fouled it off.
Draws the throw, does Almonte, but he's back easily. And again, we'll see if he's off. He is. The payoff is swung on and missed. The throw to second, not in time. Yeah. Almonte has a steal, so the winning run is now in scoring position, but there are 2 outs. And the batter will be Jerry Sands.
He's able to steal it because it's a curveball. And a little more time to get there. It was down. He had picked a good pitch to run on. He gets the hand in. So there's your winning run. Scoring position. So that's what I'm saying when you try and make something happen. Even if he swings through it, Almonte was able to run good enough to steal a base. Now you have an opportunity on a base hit to win it.
Well, let's see if Jerry Sands can shoot one into right field. That's kind of his patented swing. He's only batted once tonight and grounded out.
Good pitch right there, outside corner. I don't know if that was a little slider or cutter. It was at 91, and he's throwing 95, so it had to be a cutter on the outside part. Really good pitch for strike 1. Ooh, hung him one.
Fouled over towards third. 0-2, and out goes John Ryan Murphy to say, don't do that again.
Yeah, that's not where you want your curveball up there. He wants it down and away, and he left it middle of the plate. But Sands, rolled over on that ball, hit the top part of it, and fouled it straight into the ground.
So the winning run at second base, but Sands in the hole here, 0-2 with 2 down in the 13th. Good save that time by Murphy. This will be Mitchell's 30th pitch, as you see. Bounced it.
Good pitch, trying to get him to chase after. It wasn't going to throw him a strike. Sands didn't bite. He stays up there and it evens the count up.
Well, he might get a chance to see a pitch he can hit now. Mitchell ready with the 2-2. Low, full count.
Little cutter. That's how he started him off in this at-bat. A cut fastball away. You know, it was off the plate. That first one got it for strike one. That one just comes down. That was a teaser. He should have threw that pitch maybe 1-2. Instead of making him, you know, giving that, bouncing that curveball.
Well, let's see if he challenges him here with a 3-2 pitch.
You don't really have to with first base open.
He threw the breaking ball.
And he swung.
And he strikes out.
He did.
We play on to the 14th, tied at 4. – 4-4 our score as we go down to the 14th inning. Ryan Webb. Made quick work of the Yankees in the 13th. He only needed 7 pitches. Here in the 14th, he's got Mark Teixeira, Chris Young, and John Ryan Murphy, the catcher. So and a fastball strike to Teixeira, 0-1.
Good sinker. Down and away, good sinker.
Strike 3 called. Webb gets his first K. 1 down here in the 14th. Back over the inside corner, just locked him up. Well, it's the longest game of the year so far for the Indians, not for the Yankees. The Yankees got that out of the way early. Not surprisingly, it was a game against Boston.
That figures. Would it take about 6 or 7 hours?
19 innings.
Wow.
Back on April the 10th. They don't put the time of game in there for some reason, but that had to be a long one.
Yeah, I would say that was at least 6.
2 quick strikes on Chris Young. Murph tells me it went 6 hours, 49 minutes.
Yeah, 19 innings. That's about right.
The 0-2. Swung on and missed. Boy, Ryan Webb is mowing him down. 2 away.
Well, he comes out and he's going right at him, and no chance there for Young. Straight fastball. Wasn't a sinker, per se.
You think of the sinker as the one that would run down and in. That one he started off the plate and ran it back.
Yeah, it had some movement. I don't know if he can throw it straight.
There's one hit foul on the right side. John Ryan Murphy. So far, Ryan Webb has thrown 14 pitches, 13 strikes. He got 2 ground ball outs and a fly ball out in the 13th inning. Back-to-back strikeouts here in the 14th. And he's 0-1 on John Ryan Murphy. Breaking ball and a pop to center. Almonte makes the grab. 2 innings, 15 pitches total for Ryan Webb. 6 up, 6 down. Bottom of the 14th, 4-4 our score. And for the Tribe, Giovanni Urshela will lead it off. Urshela, then Jose Ramirez and Francisco Lindor. And a low pitch, ball 1. The last man standing in the Yankee bullpen is doing some calisthenics. He hasn't started throwing yet.
Well, he knows his time's going to come because this guy's out for his third straight inning.
Right, and as I said 3 days ago, he pitched 3 innings in Toronto.
Yeah. So he's hoping Girardi's hoping he can get him one more, and then that's it after this inning. I'm sure he'll be up and getting loose.
Urshela hitless on the night. Rolls over on one to short. Gregorius throws him out. One away. Top of the order, and Jose Ramirez.
You know it's been a long game when your ninth place hitter gets 6 at-bats.
Jose Ramirez is 1 for 6, as you see there. That's outside, 1-1. Breaking ball, smacked to center, and a base hit. Ramirez aboard with 1 out here in the 14th inning.
Well, that's a pretty good swing by Ramirez to get that breaking ball and drive it the other way. He let it track deep into the zone and put a good swing on it. He's on first now. That's the 14th hit for the Indians. Let's check the time here now on Mitchell, because that's definitely a factor here. But you to bring into consideration if you can do it early in this at bat. I don't know what the time is on this guy. You give Lindor a chance, but if he does steal it, then you can always walk Brantley if he should retire Lindor.
Well, Almonte stole the base on him in the 13th, but that was off the breaking ball.
Yes, he did on a 3-2 pitch.
Well, Lindor was hacking early, fouls it out of play.
I think this is a guy you can run on if you pick that right pitch. They'll pay attention to him, though. They did when Almonte was on.
And Lindor again fouls it out of play. This guy's still humping it up there at 95 miles an hour. And a throw to first.
O2 is sometimes a tough pitch to run on because they could throw a fastball up and away like a pitch out. You're not necessarily going to throw your good breaking ball, I wouldn't think, to get him out here. Good fastball in.
Didn't miss by much, and it's 1-2.
That was a good pitch. Now this is the pitch you may want to throw the breaking ball with after coming in with the fastball. He wanted it up a little bit more. Oh, that's a pretty good pitch. That was really a good pitch.
Ramirez not running, and Lindor fouls it out of play. Outfield are around toward left for Lindor. Infield straight up. Ramirez inching off at first, not running, and it's in the dirt, 2-2. Murphy's going to go for a chat.
I'm not so sure that he didn't need a break on that ball that he just blocked right there.
You think so?
Yeah, I really do. He needs a second. Wherever that ball got him or wherever he blocked it, it didn't feel good. Let's see.
I think you're right.
You know, it was a breakup ball, was down and in. He tried everything he could to keep it in front.
Oh, underneath the mask.
Sure it did. I mean, he was jarred right there. He needed some time. He takes that mask as soon as he called for timeout.
Yep. 2-2 count. Again, Ramirez not running. Lindor checked on a ball in the dirt again. And now Ramirez takes off and goes to second base. Oh, boy, was that heads up.
Well, he was off and running when he saw the ball go into the dirt on the breaking ball. And then all of a sudden the catcher couldn't get a hold on it. Murphy, watch this. He's going to take off. He sees it in the dirt. He was off. It had a great jump. But that ball was in the dirt, so it goes as a wild pitch, but it was really a heads-up play for Ramirez to get himself into scoring position. So he's there now. It's a full count to Lindor.
Yeah, meantime, Lindor's laid off 3 straight balls that have been out of the strike zone.
Yeah, can he do it for a 4th? Because if they can get this out, they can walk Brantley.
He went at him again with a fastball. And Brian Mitchell is emptying the tank here in his 3rd inning of relief. And he's still throwing plenty hard enough. Can Lindor deliver and end it right here? Got a piece, and he stays alive. It's been an 8-pitch at bat thus far for Francisco Lindor. He's already singled twice and scored. In fact, it was Lindor who singled to lead off the 10th inning. Just a little bouncer on the infield, but he beat it out. And that sparked a 2-run rally to tie it in the bottom of the 10th. Now the 3-2. Again, it's fouled out of play.
Well, boy, what an at-bat. Great at-bat from the young rookie, making him work. 4 2-strike foul balls.
Well, and remember, he got down on the count by fouling off 2 pitches to the left side. Then laid off 3 straight. Once again, Mitchell delivers. And he strikes him out.
Nice cutter.
2 down.
Inside. Didn't give him much swinging room. Boy, that was a really nice pitch. That's 5 strikeouts now for Mitchell. And there's that cutter inside. What a dandy. Good location to get the second out. Now that's why I think Rothschild's going to go out and talk to this young pitcher. I would think you have to walk Brantley here.
You got the switch hitter Santana on deck, but Brantley, of course, has 2 hits on the night, 2 doubles, and a run scored.
He's too dangerous with runners in scoring position. But we'll see. I think any team that comes in, he had 2 doubles tonight. He leads the league, 35 on the year. And Brantley, the best coming in, 360 hitter with runners in scoring position. Well, if they pitch to him, I like it if you're the Indians.
Let's see what they've decided to do.
Because he doesn't go outside the zone much. Rarely will Michael go out to swing. Yeah, you automatically walk him. There you go.
They will intentionally walk Brantley.
Makes all the sense in the world right there, but now that's where you got to take it personally when you're a hitter and say, all right, you want to pitch to me instead of him, that's fine. Get up there and drive him in. End this ball game. Mitchell's first walk coming. It's intentional. 5 strikeouts in his 2 2/3 innings to this point, and has allowed 2 hits. So Santana.
Let's go way back into the first inning of this ball game.
When was that? Yesterday?
Carlos Santana drove in the first run of the game.
That was a 2-out base hit?
The sun was shining. No,
it
it was
a 1-out. Yeah, 1-out base. Yeah, the sun was shining. It was a 1-out base hit for Santana.
He also drove in a run in that 10th inning with a sacrifice fly. Trying to deliver and end it here in the 14th now. He did not have a good at bat against Mitchell his first time up. He popped one up into foul territory over near third base.
Yeah, Mitchell's first inning of relief. He came out and was lights out in that inning.
This was about 40-some pitches ago for Mitchell. Missed inside, 2-0. The winning run, Jose Ramirez at second base. And that's low, 3-0. Well, if he walks him, Yan Gomes is on deck. It's Mitchell or bust for the Yankees. Nobody up in the bullpen. They've got one guy left. He'll be pitching should this game go to a 15th inning. The 3-0. Santana takes ball 4. So they're loaded up with 2 down for Yan Gomes. I'm sure the question running through Joe Girardi's mind is, has Mitchell simply run out of gas, or was he just trying to be ultra conservative with Santana? We're going to find out real quick. The pitch to Gomes. And he was a little tardy. 0-1. 95 miles an hour. Missed inside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Slowly chopped to short. Gregorius flips it, and the inning is over. We'll head to the 15th. Tied at 4. Progressive Field. And the Indians stay with Ryan Webb. Austin Adams getting loose in the Indians' bullpen. Behind Webb, the only guys left, Austin Adams and Sean Armstrong. For New York, their last reliever is getting loose. It's Brandon Pinder. In the 15th for New York, it's Didi Gregorius, Stephen Drew, and Chase Headley.
Oh, we're good for another 5 or 6, huh?
I don't know. All depends on how long they can keep throwing up zeros. 15 innings. I max out my score sheet. I got to start over.
I do
after
too.
This.
I do too.
Ground ball right back to Webb. 1 pitch, 1 out.
I'm going to find a way to get creative to work in between those innings. Well, Webb has been a machine out there throwing strikes. 15 out of his 16. That's unbelievable.
12 in a row.
He has been terrific.
Stephen Drew. Stephen Drew homered back in the 6th inning. At that point, it was a 2-0 Indians lead. And Carlos Carrasco had given up 1 hit, 1 base runner through the first 5 innings. Stephen Drew led off the 6th with a solo homer. Yankees wouldn't score again until Carlos Beltran led off the 8th with a solo homer. And it was a 2-2 game. Roller to second base. 2 quick outs. Stayed that way until the 10th when New York cashed in with 2 runs off Brian Shaw. They had loaded the bases and had a chance to really blow it open. It took a 2-out, 2-run single from Chase Headley in a pinch hit scenario to get him on the board in that inning, but they took the lead. And then the Indians came back in the bottom of the 10th to tie it with 2 runs of their own. And we've been deadlocked ever since. Now Headley looks at what? A ball out of the strike zone? What?
That's a rarity for Ryan Webb tonight.
Down low. There's a strike over the outside corner, and it's 2-1 on Headley. Pulls it to first. Sand scoops it, tags the bag, inning over. Boy, Ryan Webb has been very impressive. 9 up, 9 down. Bottom of the 15th coming up. 4-4. 4-4 and 7 years ago. We're in the bottom of the 15th.
Well, as you mentioned, the longest game for the Indians this year, but certainly not for the Yankees.
No. Let's hope we don't get there either. Here's Brandon Pinder, the last man standing in the Yankee bullpen.
Well, his 16th appearance. This is his fifth time up with the Yankees over the course of the year. Fifth stint. So he's been up and down. On Friday against Toronto, he allowed a solo home run to Bautista in the 10th inning. And that was his first career loss. He's on to face Almonte, Walters, and then Sands.
Abraham Almonte singled his last time up. Was going to think about a bunt, but pulled it back and took ball one. He's got Chase Headley's attention, who's now in on the grass at third. And he bounces one routinely to second base. One away. Zach Walters had a chance to win it in the 13th, but struck out. In off the plate. 1 ball, 1 strike. Brandon Pinder, the 8th Yankee to pitch in the game tonight. Broken bat into the Yankee dugout. So Walters goes for a new piece of lumber.
That has happened a lot tonight.
Yeah, from the get-go.
Yeah, they got a lot of kindling wood sitting around inside that dugout.
And the 1-2. He struck him out. 2 down. Walters has been up 3 times. He has struck out all 3 times. And so Jerry Sands will be the batter. Jerry looks at a ball down and away. The 1-0. And good off-speed pitch evens the count.
then paints the outside corner with a 95-mile-an-hour fastball.
And the 1-2 is fouled out of play. Well, Minnesota limped out of here having lost 7 out of 8. They went home and beat Texas tonight 3-2. The clock strikes midnight, and we play on to the 16th, tied at 4. Well, we go to the 16th inning. And the Indians go to a new pitcher, Austin Adams. What a job by Ryan Webb. 3 perfect innings of relief with a couple of strikeouts. Oh, Andre's still here. Let's go down to Andre Knott.
Hey, how you guys doing? I had to stop taking score about an inning ago because I ran out of room. Just some newsworthy news. In between innings, Danny Salazar, who's is supposed to start tomorrow, ran out to the bullpen. He had his shoes on, everything else. I don't know what the plan is, but he did just go out to the bullpen with just one pitcher left out there for the Indians.
Well, the Yankees are down. They don't have any more, so they'd have to send somebody out as well.
Yeah, I was trying to look out there to see if they had. It looked like there was an extra guy out there, but I'm not sure. For New York, top of the order here in the 16th, Jacoby Ellsbury will lead it off. Ellsbury 0 for 6 on the night, and now Bob Davidson takes one off the shin.
Well, that's not what you need now. Top of the 16th.
Two teams have combined to throw 453 pitches so far. Chopped to short. Lindor has to hurry. Guns it over and got him one away.
Well, Ryan Webb had a great night for the Indians. He came out and he did nothing but throw strikes. Only threw about 4 balls in his 3 innings of work, and he was outstanding. Ground ball after ground ball. And really did exactly what the Indians needed.
Brett Gardner is 0 for 5 with a couple of strikeouts. And Austin Adams, 97-mile-an-hour fastball. There's Danny Salazar. As Andre told you, he's scheduled to start tomorrow night, but he might be coming into this ball game if needed. Good breaking ball. Now the 1-2. Missed downstairs with it. Austin Adams deals, and Gardner goes down swinging.
He just blew him away right there. Good fastball outside part of the plate. You know, it's going to be about belt high and just running away from him. Well, that is out number 2.
Alex Rodriguez will be the batter. And he is 1 for 5 on the night. He singled back in the 7th inning. He also walked in the 11th. And struck out twice. Fastball just missed ball 1. Line drive left field and caught by Brantley. Look at Michael. That ball was stung. 1, 2, 3 go the Yankees. We go to the bottom of the 16th. We are going to the bottom of the 16th inning. People are starting to get a little
goofy. Did your
goofy.
parents ever tell you no good things happen after midnight? They could be correct.
Well, Gio could certainly do something about that. He'll lead off for Cleveland. He is 0 for 6 on the night. And Brandon Pinder, who worked a 1-2-3 15th, back out here for the 16th inning. And he starts him off with a breaking ball at 79 miles an hour. You know, it's crazy, Rick, but you look at this Yankee bullpen, and normally you think, well, the toughest guy is probably the closer. He's converted 24 straight saves. He's the only guy the Indians have sniffed tonight.
Yeah, how about that?
To center field. Ellsbury hasn't won away.
Well, nobody can score either side. And after the 10th, that's been it. 6 straight innings so far of goose eggs.
Jose Ramirez. Broken bat, base hit again. He had a 1-out single in the 14th inning. He would wind up at third base when the Indians loaded him with 2 outs on a couple of walks, but they couldn't get him home.
Ramirez hits a breaking ball down, busts his bat, but gets his 3rd hit of the night. Number 15 on the night for the Indians. So a 1-out single, and that'll give Lindor a chance.
Inside ball 1. How fresh are the legs of Jose Ramirez right now?
Yeah, no kidding. You got to take into consideration we're almost at the 2 games. This is a doubleheader right about now.
Missed outside with it, 2-0.
Yeah, he's trying to quick pitch and do something different through an off-speed pitch, so he is sort of conscious of Ramirez off and running.
His last time up, Lindor with Ramirez aboard, has a heck of an at-bat, and he wound up striking out. That was a great pitch by Mitchell.
The cutter inside.
This time Lindor smacks it into center field. And back-to-back singles with 1 out here in the 16th for Cleveland. And now they all but have to pitch to Michael Brantley this time around.
That one was middle of the plate, and he put a good swing on it. Lined it right back up the middle. So the table setters are aboard, and let's see if the big boys can do what they're paid to do and drive them in.
Michael Brantley intentionally walked his last time up. He has 2 doubles on the night. And as Rick told you before, one of the best in the business with runners in scoring position. Missed outside, ball 1. It gets by Teixeira. Here comes Ramirez. Here's the throw. Indians win it. They brought out the squirt guns. It's Corey Kluber. Michael Brantley delivers the game winner. Dr. Smooth has been Mr. Clutch.
They're all the way out in left field. Well, it is finally over. 3 consecutive hits for the Indians. And who else is going to get that walk-off hit? That's Brantley's 3rd in his career. Boy,
Second of the year for the Indians. And it comes in the bottom of the 16th. As they beat the Yankees by a final score of 5-4. And the Indians run their win streak to 3 in a row. The Yankees have dropped 4 straight and are now just a half game ahead of Toronto in the AL East. Won't take long to look back for our Pat O'Brien Chevrolet play of the game.
Yeah, something we were waiting for a long time. He went down and got a low fastball middle of the plate, and it ate up. First baseman Teixeira couldn't get it. Then comes the winning run. Ramirez. It ends at 16. How about that?
Well, Rick, we talked about it with the trades and everything this team's gone through in the last week or so. A lot more has been thrust upon these young guys.
Yeah.
Like Michael Brantley, who took the new locker out in more visibility, more space in the clubhouse, and he's answered the call as well.
Well, he sure has. I mean, what a game. They came back. They fought back when they were down 2 runs in extra innings to begin with, and they got it off their closer. And they got Miller to blow his first save, so they end up saving it, coming on and winning it. So that continues the Indians' winning streak, and the Yankees' losing streak will also continue.
Indians a winner. Walk. Don't run. They walk it off against New York by a final of 5-4. And we'll be back with Indians Live presented by Conrad's next.